evening. This time we're going to call this meeting to order. All commissioners are present. We also have Charles Rudd, our city manager, and Bobby Pickens, our city attorney. We have Jason Heifel, our fire chief. And I believe we have Pam Taylor.
Yes.
Pam Taylor is here with our code enforcement, and we also have Colonel Wells here tonight for this representing the sheriff's office. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you. Everybody would stand.
Thanks and praise and lift up your name, God, we continue seeking your prayers, our community, and all our government leaders as president to that continue this each family. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. We love it when we look out here and we see a filled room and we're not just talking to ourselves. So thank all of you who came out. I know the weather tonight is a little iffy. Hopefully it will hold out for us. I want to make a couple of announcements. First off, the farmers market is going to be Saturday, July 23rd. This time it's going to be from 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock. They've got karaoke for those of you that are karaoke stars, or think you are. We also they're going to have the water slides this time for the families. So this will be a splash market. They'll have an area for that. And also the foam parties, which I've heard are a lot of fun. And that is also for the families. And it's a lot of foam and you get in there and I guess you get foamed up. So we have some new vendors coming out. Our markets, this will be our fourth market. And regardless of the temperature, it has been extremely successful. And I believe the partnership is very pleased with this. Also, I want to share that the poles, a lot of you have seen people out on Central painting the poles. Those poles right now, that's a primer, very pretty primer. But it is a primer and they will go back to the green where the partnership determined that they wanted that to be, they were fire, that they were in desperate need of cleaning and painting, and they still need a little bit of fixing. So I believe there's a big volunteer group showing up again tomorrow. Fridays are typically the days that they do that. So if you have some free time, they show up about 8 o'clock in the morning. By all means, put your paint clothes on and come on out. I also want to recognize that the Women's Club is going to have bingo this Friday evening. That's always a good time, and I believe it starts at 5 o'clock. Am I correct? 5 o'clock. Okay. So come out for the bingo and support the Women's Club. Red, White, and Boom was extremely successful. Big attendance. Yep, we had a lot of people. The effort they put into that were most appreciative, and we heard compliments from around the county, other counties, just from everywhere. People were really complimentary of what the yacht club and the volunteers and the sponsors put on for our behalf. With that, I also want to announce we have a new restaurant in town. If you haven't tried it, the Mystic Bistro is now open. They're closed Mondays and I think Sundays. I believe Sundays, Mondays, and Sundays. So Sunday and Monday they are closed. They're open 4 to 9 though, Tuesday through Saturday. So please make sure you check them out. They're on Central Avenue. Three Bananas is starting reggae Sundays from 2 to 5 p.m. and they start this August 14th through September 25th. And I think that is all that I have for announcements. If you want any announcements, by all means, we started doing that just as a way to let everybody know what's going on in the community. We have a lot. This month is a little quiet. A lot of people are on vacation, a little warmer than usual. But I do want to send out a special thank you to all of the volunteers that are working so hard to work on this community, to beautify this community, and to make us just sparkle. That's my word, sparkle. I know but I love that. We're sparkling. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to start with the approval of the minutes.
I so move.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion of approval. A second. Do we have any discussion?
Mayor, I have a little left.
Okay.
We've had quite a few meetings. It's a heavy workload on our deputy clerk. We had 2 workshops that had to do with land use. One was on June 7th and one was on June 23rd. I mentioned this to the city manager. Those workshops, it's very technical. The minutes don't seem to really accurately reflect a good description of the purpose, which, you know, the minutes of our posterity. So I would ask that pull those 2 workshops from approval and maybe let the city manager and the deputy clerk take another look at them.
Okay, commissioners, we have a motion for approval. A motion to approve. We have a second. We have a request.
Ms. Savita, what's your problem with the workshops?
Well, I looked, and when you read it, it doesn't really accurately state, you know, some of the discussion, or actually on the 23rd, what the purpose of that workshop was. I think it needs a little work so that it accurately reflects what it was about. Very technical subject, and it's hard to do. I mean, it says what people said, but I don't think it gets to the.
Would it hold anything up in the sun?
The June 9th ones,
June 9th.
the June 9th ones are very important. I get them today. So if there's any corrections, I can do them right now.
No, I'm talking about the 2 workshops, June 7th and June 23rd.
I'm waiting on
Mhm.
All right, can we put them aside until our next meeting?
That's, I'm not quite sure what Commissioner DeVito is looking for. These are workshops, no action was taken. They were for discussion purposes. So I'm not really quite clear what she's looking for more in these. We're going to get to a point to where, this minutes are going to become a full-time job. And I'm not sure that's where we want to go. So you can either amend your motion or you can take your motion, forward.
Whatever, just rescind the motion. Or amend it, I'm sorry. And take out the 2 workshops, June the 7th. Both of those workshops,
Oh, correct.
June 7th and June 7th.
June 23rd.
And I'm sorry, June 7th and June 23rd.
Which 7th?
Oh, the workshop.
Okay,
June 7th workshop, not special.
all right,
Top one and the bottom.
all right, we'll pull out June 7th workshop and June 23rd joint workshop, planning and zoning.
I withdraw myself.
I'll try that. We can do that.
We have a motion and a second. This is going to be very difficult for us, so because we have 2 issues here. One, we want to pull these and make our workshops more detailed in the minutes, and then we also need approval of the minutes. So I believe we have 2 issues.
Let me ask you something. How are we going to more detail the minutes when they're recorded? She writes everything out.
They're
that's said
on
in the
the,
meeting.
they're on YouTube on the website.
Right, so what do you want here?
Okay, if I may, it's not that they or it's that they're not accurately reflecting reason we held the workshop and what some of the professional I don't think they need to be longer. I just think they need to be actually, just very slight revision, but leave for history when someone goes back and looks at that workshop, that it will be a clear, statement of why it's actually done. And when you read it, I just don't think it's ready to go on the books yet.
I read through these extensively, and it's my opinion that they do reflect what was done, so that's,
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
I just went through my ethics training. Basically, 4 minutes is verbatim. Basically, everything is verbatim. It's not that be so deep that it takes 21 days to write. It's verbatim. And it's kind of close enough. I used to do a very good job for that. I mean, it's a little different with a regular meeting, but for a workshop, I think it's sufficient. Anyway.
Okay. Commissioner West, we still have a motion. And we have a second. I'm going to say that right now we separate these out. I'm going to ask you to separate these out. And we do them one by one. Can we do that? Or do you want to go forward with the mission?
I don't want to go forward with the motion, I want to send the whole thing
Okay.
and go back to the original, which includes these two. There are a lot of, look at this, there are pages on the 23rd, 3 pages. What else do you want? I know you want clarity, but I don't understand.
And you can rescind that motion.
Go forward with the motion.
All right. You need to
I'll rescind the second motion and go back to the original where I approved the minutes for June 7th, June 9th, and 23rd.
Okay, we have a motion to make a second.
I respect.
Do we have any further discussion?
Yes, I have one correction to the minutes of the regular meeting in 12. On the second page, under public comments, the first paragraph, the person who spoke is listed as Rick. I believe the last name is missing. I think it's Crider, CRIDER.
See, what was that again? CR?
It is
CRIDER.
Okay, thanks.
Do you have anything else? Everyone's okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Okay. And with that, I would like to introduce Mr. Thomas Bowling and Ashley Ford. They are both here from the school board. Welcome. Thank you for coming today.
Welcome. Oh, sorry. Well, thank you for welcoming us. Mayor Myers, we'd like to thank you, and of course, Commissioner or City Manager Rudd and the rest of the City Commission for hosting us tonight. We would like to share our plans, or at least our vision for the school district for the next 10 years or so. And we would ask you to reflect on the very positive impact that it have on not just the overall community of Putnam, but specifically the Crescent City. We have a very ambitious 10-year plan that's broken in 3 phases. And the first phase, 2 of the 3 schools that we'll mention are here in Crescent City. It's quite a bit of information that we'll throw out to you initially. So to keep me from leaving out anything, screwing up too bad, Ms. McCool's department has developed this video that outlines all of the information from a 30,000 foot level. And then afterwards, we'll open it up to the city commission for Q&A. And we would ask, since this is a presentation, to if the members of the community have any specific questions or would like to make comment, they can reach out to Ms. McCool at her office at the school district at a later date. If that pleases the city commission and mayor. Okay. With that being said, Ms. McCool.
The Putnam County School District's strategic plan includes action steps for safety and modernization. Because our students deserve safe and modern learning environments to prepare them for a future full of technological advancements. To make this happen for our children and community, we have embarked on an ambitious revitalization plan to rebuild school facilities in this district over the next 10 years. Every community in Putnam County will benefit from this plan as we enhance schools in the west, central, and south areas. Safe and modern school facilities will provide improved classroom environments, enhanced auditoriums and athletic facilities, and community centers that will serve as gathering spaces and places of refuge during local emergency operations. A revitalization plan is needed because the average age of school facilities in Putnam County is 44 years old. This average is the second oldest average of district facilities of the 67 school districts in Florida. It is no longer cost effective or environmentally conscious to maintain these aging facilities. The community of Putnam County and its children deserve safe and modern facilities for the future. Projects will be financed using Florida Department of Education Special Facilities Funds, which are awarded to school districts annually through legislative appropriations, and general obligation bonds, which will be decided by voters on November 8th, 2022. Special facilities funds are awarded each legislative session to school districts who meet certain criteria, such as facility capacity, student enrollment, existing student stations, use of all district property, and grade level configurations. General obligation bonds, which are also referred to as GOs, are municipal bonds which provide a way for state and local governments to raise money for projects that may not generate a revenue stream directly. They are called general obligation bonds because they are not backed by a specific revenue producing project or asset. Instead, they are backed by the full faith and credit of the issuer. Bonds are backed by the local government's ability to tax and to raise taxes if necessary in order to pay bondholders. For local governments, it normally comes in the form of property taxes. Project order is determined by age and condition of school facility, student capacity at school site, and estimated project cost. The revitalization plan is organized in 3 project phases. Each phase includes one project from special facilities funding. Those projects will be our 3 largest junior, senior high schools. And other projects in each phase will be funded with the general obligation bonds. On April 8th, 2022, the Special Facilities Pre-Application Review Committee determines that Crescent City Junior Senior High School is a project of critical need and will move forward with funding the project to redesign and rebuild the school beginning in the summer of 2023. Special facilities projects are covered by the state after the school district contributes 1 mil of tax revenues per year for each year of the 3-year project. For our school district, 1 mil is approximately $5.4 million, which makes a total district contribution of $16.2 million. These dollars must come from district capital outlay funds, which are funds that can only be used for things such as maintenance, facilities, furniture, and equipment. The state will then contribute the remaining costs to rebuild the school, which is estimated to cost $80 million. Once the special facilities funds are approved in each phase, the state will cover the most expensive projects, which are our 3 largest junior, senior high schools. The cost of rebuilding the remaining 7 school sites in our district will be covered by the general obligation bonds if approved by voters. If approved, voters would be agreeing to an ad valorem, or property-based tax to fund the annual principal and interest payments for general obligation bonds that may not exceed a total of $300 million. Bonds are paid back by taxpayers through a special millage for debt service that would be added to their tax bill. They represent a long-term general obligation that the district will pay to bondholders over 30 years. The district will not sell the entire $300 million of bonds at the onset of the plan. Rather, bonds will be issued as the funds are needed, similar to a home equity line of credit. Here is an example. For a property with an appraised value of $100,000, there will be an addition of around $55 added to the tax bill after the first bonds are sold. The cost to taxpayers will peak around 2029 with an addition of $266 to their tax bill. After that, bonds will be paid down each year, and taxpayers will see a steady decrease to their tax payments. To see a full table of the proposed approximate cost to taxpayers, please visit putnamschools.org and click on Revitalize PCSE Facilities. Project updates will be posted regularly on the district website and social media platforms. District teams will present project highlights to the board during regular meetings and at community forums. Committees will be established to strengthen communication and input from all stakeholders. A design advisory committee will be established to support the teams responsible for planning and building. Members of the DAC will consist of students, staff, and citizens from the respective project communities. A bond oversight committee will be established to meet quarterly and will consist of staff and citizens from throughout Putnam County. The BOC will monitor the progress of taxpayer-funded projects, provide feedback, and support the district's efforts to inform the community. The professional teams for these projects have extensive experience in remodeling and rebuilding schools. Detailed plans will be developed by the project teams and school administration to ensure that no classes will be disrupted by any renovation or new construction. The district needs both funding sources to complete all projects. If the general obligation bond referendum does not pass in November, the district will continue with securing special facilities funds for the 3 largest junior-senior high schools. There are no other funds available to complete the other 7 projects, which include all elementary school upgrades. Therefore, the district's option will be to seek funding through future general obligation bond referendums. Until that funding is secured, the district will continue to maintain the current facilities in the most efficient methods possible with regular funding sources. PCSD welcomes all community members to attend forums and ask questions to help keep all stakeholders informed of all aspects of the PCSD Revitalization Plan. Please visit putnamschools.org for more information.
And Madam Mayor, before I open it up to you guys for Q&A, in my opening statements, I noticed that there was mumbling and grumbling in the crowd when I said that public comment could be redirected back to the district. And I made that request because I respect the amount of time that the city commission sometimes take place, but this is not my meeting, and I am here at the request of the mayor and this community. So I'm at your disposal tonight, no matter how long, Mr. Cool and myself. So if anybody has questions beyond this committee, and again, I'm not trying to hijack your meeting. I just know if you're asking something as large as what we're asking for, you can't do that without the transparency. So, I mean, if there's a question that we can answer, I can answer.
Commissioners, I'm gonna ask you if you're okay with allowing public comment. Maybe we just limit it to 2 minutes.
Again, it's your meeting.
Because we've got a long agenda. We have a very long agenda. So, and they do have an opportunity to
if they need more, then we could go to. A total of 10 minutes? Well, don't have how many.
I don't have a 2-minute timer.
You don't have a 2-minute time. Then I guess yes, Commissioner DeVito.
For the commissioners have an opportunity to ask questions before public.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. But I just want to make sure with the condition that we're okay with public comment.
Absolutely.
Everyone in agreement?
I do have a 2-minute timer. I
You
just
do have a
found it.
2-minute timer. I just have, in commission, I'm going to ask you also, will be in agreement for 2 minutes per person.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
So let's start with the commission. If you have anything else that you want to discuss before we get started?
No, ma'am. I think the video kind of speaks for itself. And we can talk about our plans for Putnam County as a whole, specifically in Crescent City, and we'll go as deeply down as our possible plan at this time. All decisions haven't been made, and I'm not the be all and end all of the decision making process. As a matter of fact, the school district operates much like the city commission, whereas we make the recommendations like Mr. Rudd does, and you guys have the final say so. With that said, please proceed.
Commissioners? Let's start with Commissioner Burton. Let's start filling your, do you have any questions? I think that Commissioner Banks?
Well, I'm a little public tonight because I'm in Palaca always. I'll stop by school board.
Anytime.
You're right. And I will try to get a printout of what we're talking about. Something on paper.
Certainly.
Yeah, and I can,
Yes.
Maybe a printout of the presentation.
yeah, right.
Actually, it's also available on our website. First thing you come to is a gallery, click on it, you watch it, tables that were shared, the presentation are available to download or pull up or
Okay, thank you. Commissioner West?
So looking at this, I might be wrong because I was writing fast. In the third year, if you have a $300,000 house, that's 206 times 3. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay. That's gonna be hard to float, I think. That's gonna be tough.
Yes, ma'am. And I don't have a retort to that. Taxes kind of are what they are, except for taxes are most often, at least it is in my experience, broken up over 12 months. So it's a little bit more palatable and look at it in terms of just what your monthly payment would be. But
I'm sorry,
certainly,
I'm gonna ask everybody.
but that's not to minimize again, the $300 and something that yes, absolutely.
And by the way, it's nice to see you again. I work with you for a couple of years. I'm just looking at, that was the highest year, the third year when.
it's the third phase, it's like
Third phase.
2029.
Right.
And that's projected, with our consultant recommendations of when the schools potentially be built.
Right.
That would be the so
Of course, we know here in Crescent City, we all have some interest in having elementary school here. That's what's gonna happen to it. Commissioner DeVito, you have some questions?
I do. So just to clarify and to follow up on Commissioner West's question. So she was asked the chart that we saw for home. Is there a different calculation of the impact on non-residential properties?
I don't think so. I think it's essentially the same.
correct. It is taxable value of the property. So we use homes, that's what most pay taxes on.
But homes have more of an exception, right?
Correct.
So it has,
And that's got to be.
That's calculated. Thanks.
right. So for rental properties and commercial properties will not get that. So that's just right there.
That's correct.
Great. Okay, and then One thing that I always ask when people present, and I'm just gonna say it was a wonderful video, but I really feel at a disadvantage when I get something like that and I have to absorb it all at once. It would really be very helpful if Commissioner Banks mentioned having a print, or at least, you know, we could have put in the agenda or packet where we and others could go before the meeting so that we could absorb it and then, one thing I could not see is what exactly are the plans for Miller Middle School building and Middleton Bernie? I went by some maps, I could not see that part. There were
Okay,
parts
so-
that I couldn't read all.
No, ma'am, that was not, specific school sites aren't in the plan, especially in the video. That was developed, and to be honest with you, in Crescent City, we have a preliminary plan right now, and I'll detail that. But we are still exploring other options that, the South Putnam Historical Society presented to us along with Mayor, a little over a month ago, I think. Leading into 2 months now, about an addition, an alternative site for the elementary school, but it came with lots of other things attached to it, and I can dive as deeply into that as
Okay, well,
you'd like me to.
let's-
But the initial plan, right now for Crescent City, so far we have special facilities approved for the rebuild of the high school.
right,
So we will have to go to Tallahassee sometime in the month of August to present next to Glades County to be ranked either 1 or 2. And the importance of that is the order of the funding. Typically, if it's 2 or fewer, they fund both projects in year 1. If not, if they decide to fund just one project, then the school district that ranks first will get it first, and the one that ranks second will get it second. But anyone who makes it to this stage will get it funded. So the new junior senior high school has already been approved for the $8 million cost, minus the 16 million or so that the district has to pick up at where the current high school is.
okay,
So that's in place.
right, I got that part, but.
Okay, so if the bond is passed, our current plan is we own 3 pieces of property in Crescent City, one being the Middleton Burning property, the high school property, and the Middleton Middle School property. The Middleton Burning property where the elementary school currently sits is not big enough to build a school and continue school in session while it's going on. Miller isn't big enough to house those students if you wanted to move them there and demolish Middleton Burning and build right there. So the only property that we have that's available and viable right now is the Miller property, and additionally, it has, as you know, an auditorium, and it has a very nice gymnasium, which elementary schools typically don't come with auditoriums that size or a gymnasium. You get you will get a pre-specified amount of space based on student stations and some few ancillary rooms. And then you have to build based on that. So you have, say, a cafeteria, or you can have something called a gymatorium, but another standalone auditorium that size, the state won't let us reconstruct again. So if we
Hang on a second, so the rumor that I heard in the community is that the current plan, you said there was a preliminary plan.
right, that's what I'm speaking to.
Okay, is to demolish the entirety of the Miller Middle School.
That's incorrect.
That's not correct.
That's incorrect. As a matter of fact, one of the things, well, the 2 things that make that property the most valuable, outside of it sitting on the lake, is the fact that, I mean, as a school, is the fact that it does have a very nice gym and a very nice auditorium. And any buildings that we retain in service when we rebuild a campus, they will be completely remodeled. So it won't just be the gymnasium you see now or the auditorium you see now. It's those same structures, but completely remodeled.
Okay, well, hang on, when you say completely remodel, I'm a member of Rotary, and when the school district first started with the new facilities plans, y'all spoke to Crescent City Rotary. And I believe it was Mrs. Poole who said that you were aware that the gymnasium and the gym and auditorium, we have 2 historic buildings there that are contributing structures to our National Register and Historic District. And what was presented to Rotary was that y'all were aware of that and wanted to preserve the historic elements of that. Is that still part of the plan?
I'm not aware of any buildings that are on the historic district. I may be missing something here. If the two buildings you're speaking of are the gym and the auditorium, then by default, we're keeping them anyway because they're gym and auditorium. But I have no knowledge of there being any historical on the site.
Well, there are, because we celebrated them during May Preservation Month, and they're listed in the National Register, Department of Interior.
I will definitely be following up.
Okay, so, and then my question is both for the high school and the middle school. It always seems to me that the state pretty much has a standard plan that all the schools look the same.
That's incorrect.
So can there be, do you have the ability to blend a facade with the surrounding?
Yes.
What I'm asking.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that's what I have. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And I will definitely be following up on the historical buildings statement. It would be great if they are, and we certainly want to preserve that and recognize that. So, but I'm just not aware that is the case that I'm on. I apologize.
Well, you have to ask Superintendent Ferguson, and I believe it was Superintendent and Mrs. Poole, who presented the Rotary, and they acknowledged that, and they said that it was taken care of. So.
And I follow the line with that by saying,
Thank you very much. Thank
The
you.
main brick building, two-story one, it was built in the 30s. I think. Okay, I knew it was in that area, yeah. Commissioner Burton, thank you very much.
I just have a question, you seem really hell bent on auditorium and gym for a elementary school, when elementary schools most generally don't have those. And you're building a brand new high school, which is like, I'm thinking is gonna get a brand new auditorium and a brand new gym. Why do we need one for an elementary school, which normally, doesn't really have that?
That's a great question. The gymnasium in the high school be actually larger than the current gym, but there will be no auditorium in the new high school. Again, there's a certain amount of space that the state will allow us, and we can have either a gymatorium, a cafetorium, or a standalone auditorium, but it wouldn't be near the size of the auditorium we have. And then the other part of that is why or something like that is we look at schools as not just buildings for the school district. So when you have like an input event, whether it be a meeting of this fashion that may outgrow this room, or an indoor graduation, or just a mirror of other things, those type of buildings are just great for them.
As a city, we put it there as well for the city community. Which is, I think, one reason why my kind of hanging on to as just a city, as a school, but those a gymnasium, I don't necessarily see definitely auditorium would be wonderful. I just don't. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think I've heard the plans that have been presented to you. I like the idea that Mr. State and Mr. Miller brought to you. To put elementary school
Next to the high school.
closer to the high school. I wasn't able to show.
Well, essentially,
But it made a lot of sense to me.
it does in a lot of ways, and that's why we're actually exploring that opportunity. There are some limitations that the plan does have. And here's the thing with this entire plan, no ideas that have been presented to us have fallen on deaf ears. We don't just say, oh, we like our plan better, we don't want to listen to just shut you down. We actually exploring our plan has actually changed a lot since we started, and it's all based on community input. So it's a very good initial idea. And the thing is, you have the high school and you have the elementary school side by side. You have the bus compound here, everything will be centrally localized. And it's great. Everything's right there. And then all the other, designs that you may have for our current facilities where we own property, you can kind of move those into play. The things that are currently limitations is, number one, we have to acquire additional property to realize that. Now, that's the first thing, and just the market value of that property is around $100,000. So if Walmart, or in this case, the school district, starts knocking on your door about some vacant property you have, and it's listed at $10,000, all of a sudden, since the school district wants it, I'm probably not going to let it go for $10,000. So,
Well, that's not even, I'm just saying, I think from a city perspective, I'm gonna be honest with you, just my feelings, I can't speak for the whole commission. But I think it'd be nice not to have school in our city. I think traffic, how many children are actually from Crescent City that work on that number? How many children do we bring in from all over?
they're all zoned for Crescent City, so when you start talking about everything south of Dunn Street Village.
I'm just curious, how many children from Crescent City go? I'm just
We don't have the exact number.
saying, from a perspective of the city, thanks, not to have that added traffic reporting. Added traffic, I think would 3 o'clock, they all kind of question about coming in. And it's just, again, it's my opinion, it's my personal opinion. See where you're take it, it's gonna be, what it's gonna be, but,
I did sit in on that presentation, that's the, Charles Rondo said on the presentation, that in short, few members of the society did. Very good presentation, understand it. That is a concern for everybody. As Central Avenue, I also know that Charles and I walked that property and asked if you do something, if they could take it as far south as they possibly can, so that the Central Avenue. I will say this, team staff have been very open. All the concerns. Thank you. We know this is a hard decision. And the school board, for the school board, it's a very hard decision. The one question I do have is, when we put this on the property taxes, why did we not go to a sales tax?
Okay, and our CFO typically takes on that question, but it would essentially take about, I remember, 20 to 30 years to build one school.
Okay.
Sales tax, we just don't generate enough.
And that's why I just wanted that for clarification, because I know that question has come up. Why did they were taxed? Was it not that? That's what I'm going to ask. With that, so I'm going to go ahead and commissioners, do we have any other questions before I open up Commissioner DeVito?
So just real quick, first of all, I actually want to thank the school district for the generosity and the use of property for a number of purposes, and people have been asking, is it possible to use the gym? So it's, over the years, that's a great asset. But again, the other thing is, do you have any idea of the school board's current maintenance costs for that facility, their annual maintenance?
I don't have that information. We were calculating the savings on schools based on being closed and being sold. But also we recognize the importance of building great partnerships with the community. That's why we've allowed the Historical Society to essentially move in and occupy that space, and we don't charge you anything. You can, turn off the power or set the lease so high it's intolerable, or anything along those lines. So, but the initial numbers that we kind of projected are irrelevant now because our even sites like that particular school is still somewhat operational. I can get that exact information, or at least just get what the cost of what we paid in bills for the past several months. I just don't have it.
That's fine, that. Make that law. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners, anything else? Nothing, I'm gonna go ahead at this time, I'm gonna open it up to public comment. So if anybody wants to speak, Mr. Fan, and you have had your hand up, so by all means, let's start it up. Yeah, sure. Come to the microphone, as you come to the microphone, I'm gonna ask you to state your name, your address.
142 Park Street, Camp Road, that's one.
Karen, did you start the?
Karen, good day.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'd like to start off by, I'm in a mixed feelings here, because I really appreciate the school board and what they've done for us in the last year and a half, specifically for the Historical Society and the sheriff, and how much that's helped us. I also would like to, what I sense by sitting back there when I heard the murmurs is the fact that this is the first public hearing, and I thought this was going to be a town hall style meeting. Offense to you or for you all coming here, I appreciate it. But we haven't had a session where we can sit down and get good ideas from everybody into what the schools ought to be. Isn't that what we need? Does the community want some input?
Yes. I few months back, and we didn't get any information. We did it on Zoom and face to face.
And I didn't even see it. No, I was watching it.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm gonna ask.
So that's my statement, and that's all I needed to get out. I would really like to support input for the.
we can definitely do more. We'll continue to plan to, because on centrally, West Putnam and South Putnam this year, that are best to advertise, call out, Facebook, social media. We can certainly do
I mean, the
it.
sooner the better, because I know fans are.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you. We have another one. I do know that, Mr. Miller is there. If you want to get behind him, that would be, and then I'll get to everyone. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Danny Miller, our property owner and taxpayer. Thanks for coming. I appreciate the sharing with us and budget transparency. I must confess to being somewhat disappointed that there's not an opportunity for kind of a freewheeling question and answer discussion that would serve to inform everyone, having room for people. We're paying for that, so I would like to ask the city commission, the school board, to pledge here tonight that within 30 days, it would be a special purpose town hall to do exactly that, so that we're not limited to 2 minutes.
And we will support that. Please understand, they came to give a presentation. This is an actual commission meeting, our scheduled commission meeting, and we asked them to come give a presentation because we haven't had a presentation yet. So,
And that's exactly our point, is there's not been a presentation.
well, presentation to us.
Opportunity.
specific.
Oh, to the community either. And I'm sorry, I'm just disappointed. So I'll ask, can we get a commitment? 30 days, we can reconvene. If everyone has an opportunity to pose their questions, if that's any concerns, the transparency from our perspective is not.
That was the purpose of our forums. We held community forums, which were for this.
I suggest you come to
We did it at Crescent City High School.
Does anyone? First time you're.
Okay, come on.
Enough said.
Okay.
I'll close by saying that absent learning is something to do. Very much believe respectfully is not in the best interest of this community. And it's not the best interest of taxpayers to locate a school at the existing site. But
Thank you, thank you. Do we have any other speakers? I know, you wanna come on up? Come on. And then I'll get your next. And then Veronica, you're after that. Go ahead.
Lorraine Faulkner. I am president of the Purple Plum Playhouse Community Theater in South Putnam. And I really have appreciated having an auditorium. It has been great. We had a play there, we did back to the art. Our community theater, all the proceeds that we make, we give back where there's a need. So this year we gave to the Crescent City Civic Women's Association, because that's what they need for us. If you give that auditorium back to the elementary school, and we invested, by the way, $2,000 and had every seat cleaned. We had the carpet cleaned. We cleaned that place up, and it looks beautiful inside now. And if you give that back to the elementary school, we will not be able to use it as a community theater. And the reason is when there are children on campus, we cannot be on that campus until all children are off. So that was the rule before. And I have really, our plans were, as a community theater, was to have next year a children's summer camp, a children's theater camp, something to give to our local children, something positive. And theater is so positive, it just takes a child and it just molds it into something with confidence and speaking in public. And if you give that back to the school, and I love it, I love the school, but if you give it back to, or make it and keep it in the school system, it does limit us as a community theater giving back art to our community. It does limit us.
We do have a auditorium in Blackburn, and we use that exact purpose.
You have the Larimer Center, you do.
Well, you know, at CeeLo, and I don't know if you've heard about the productions at Blackburn, but they're very popular and they're very well attended.
But this is
They
South,
enjoy it, right?
and that would be a drive.
No. I mean, it's been a great relationship
Right.
as far
It
as
is
hosting those type of events for
Right.
the overall community. And it's been in conjunction with the school district for a very long time.
But when I tried to
Yeah.
use that, when it was operating as a middle school, we could not get on campus, and when you rehearse 3 or 4 days a week, you don't want to travel,
Okay,
it's very hard to ask
I'm
anyone to
sorry.
travel. Okay, I got it, I know, I got it.
y'all can continue this. I know you have that dialogue with each other.
Please make
So, thank you so much. Please, second, you'll come up, introduce yourself, state your address. Then Lorraine, she's gonna need your address too, so.
I have
Bill Beulah, 404 Grand Rondo. I am very concerned about these schools. I saw all those beautiful schools. What are you doing to harden these schools so these guys don't go in there, shoot these schools up? What are you doing?
Is that a question?
That's a question.
Yes, we have,
Heavy on my heart.
we have art in our schools in conjunction with the sheriff's office, and the great thing about new schools is you have hardening in mind while they're being constructed.
I didn't see it.
Yes, sir, and that would be built into the design. 20 years ago, or I'd say 15 years ago, as a school principal, I wanted to make an environment as friendly as I could. I wanted the counters to be gone. I wanted a smiling face to interact with the public. I didn't want people to have to go to metal detectors or any other craziness. You wanted a person touch. And schools were designed with that mindset, but now times have changed, and with new construction comes art schools.
One way in.
Yes.
Thank you. That's right.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Veronica.
Veronica Glover, 512 Grand Rondo East, Crescent City. We do need to keep our auditorium, because ever since I've been in school, We've had our auditorium, and it's a part of this community. My question is that we, as, a concerned citizen of South Putnam, the Middleton Army, I know it's hasn't been much talk about that, but to some of us, that's a historical, and very important issue to some of us. If you all sell that school, you all need to get for us, see what we can do to preserve that auditorium, and those wings on the back was part of that original, school that was donated to the African. So, whenever that process, you need to be communicating with us, or let us know, because all of them saying, I hate to say it, all of these forums, I have not heard any of these forums. None of them. So that needs to be, you don't personally contact me, email me and tell me, so I can let people know that we're having that.
Yeah, we posted some already, but if you are invited, and that is to a church, to a city commission meeting, to a community forum, to any individual civic group, any place that you want us to show up, we show up.
Yeah, but I'm talking about forums like over here.
For that
So
And
purpose.
we'll continue to have them, and I'll do my best to get the word out, absolutely.
Jury register for 999 Crescent City. I just would like to thank, I've said it before, but I would invite the school board to the Historical Society of National School to do it for. Hopefully within the next 30 days. We have no paper to do this kind of presentation around here, and it's just kind of word of mouth that gets it going. But you just told me, but I would like to the school.
Follow up, if you have our contact information, reach out to us, set it up.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate that. We have any other speakers?
Scott King, 721 London Avenue. I've run a business on 306 Central Avenue since the mid-'80s. And we got to get that school somewhere else. First of all, we're trying to revitalize Central Avenue, trying to make our town where our kids, when they graduate, off to support themselves, that have a career. We want them to be able to stay here. And the school's in the way. Right now, we can't really have a dining or basically, we can't put a bar there. Can't put a bar on Central Avenue. Can't have a drinking establishment of any type on Central Avenue unless it's mostly food. So it does hinder us in what we move forward. The other issue, about the only break-ins I have in my car is 4 o'clock, Monday through Friday. Because when the kids let out, they like to build cars. So really, when that school was built, most of the people that lived in South Putnam County or lived in this area that went to that school were very close to the school. We didn't have people living in the woods like we do now. So back then it made sense for it to be right here in town. But today, not so much. I think Commissioner Burton pointed out, there's very few people here in this town that go to that school. So so really moving it if we can make a lot of sense. But again, on a practical level, that place is really a problem. Also, if we could possibly get it on the tax rolls, if we could sell that, boy, we could really solve a lot of problems, couldn't we? It's a very expensive piece of property. So, and again, thank you for coming down. Yeah, we didn't know about no forums, so that's yeah, it's tough. We have more ways to communicate now than ever, and we communicate less. So, thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other speakers? Yes, sir.
Just if I could, just briefly comment, and you and I have had this conversation before, but we are very sensitive to downtown revitalization efforts. As a matter of fact, that's one of the reasons that we were talking about far away. Situating the school is really good, and I've spoken to the mayor. Even if we had retention ponds on that end, and go there, the more distance we could get between the actual school district property and the establishments, which may mean eating off some of that property to the city. So we would have, and I've spoken to the mayor about our commitment to be very sensitive about that. and that in mind in our plans as well. So that did not fall into that.
Thank you.
Do we have any other speakers? This is your chance. Ashley, would you let everyone know, just for the record, if you come up and just tell them where they can access the information?
So, our district website is putnamschools.org. When you get to that site, you'll see a gallery. It scrolls across the top. Just today, I made sure it's on the very first gallery when you first open it up. You'll see Revitalized PCSD facilities. When you click on that, you'll have access to the presentation you saw tonight. You can pause it at any point. The tax table projections are in there, as well as the tentative phase plan for when projects will be built and if things were to pass in November. Remember, we are allowed to share information. We can't campaign for that, however, and we are available at all times to share with you guys. And I will personally take responsibility for those of you who know about the forum. Our mass communication goes through the local newspaper, our website, social media, and our families. So I don't have access to committee members' emails, so I can't call you. We do mass communications with voice call and to over 15,000 contacts within our system. So we do our very best to get it out. I know Holly Pickens was available and with us at that forum that evening, and she shared as much as she could. Certainly our school administrators do as well, as best they can. Our first contacts are our families. That's who we serve. So certainly the issues we shared at the forums were related to all school issues, but we made it super clear that if you had any questions about Dr. Certainly shared about the revitalization plan. And our plan has been this past year and moving forward to continue to have those. So whether we host one in West, Central, or South, we share the same information. We'll answer any questions from anyone. And we welcome and encourage you to come forward. So my role in the district, this is exciting for me because I haven't had this kind of feedback in the other areas. So also moving forward, we talked in the video quickly about design advisory committees and bond oversight committees, and we'll be asking for folks from this community to be a part of that. We don't take that lightly when it comes to design. Student safety comes first, and beyond that, we are open to ideas to making sure we preserve what you feel is necessary to make this community richer. That is our priority. So again, thank you so much.
We can also share that in public number if you'll let Karen know.
Yeah, and we will. I will do my best to get
On our
something. Yeah, to get something planned, and love to do it over at the Miller property. And certainly welcome. We'll get it out. I know the.
I think we're gonna have to.
For me.
We're at full capacity here, so I was just thinking that if that's something that you, if you can do. I know that school will be starting. I know they've asked for 30 days. So
We can make it happen. That's not an issue at all.
Okay.
And I have to say that my heart's with children, and when you work in schools and you try to protect children from the things and the violence that we're seeing, our motives may feel different than what you're seeing. We know we need safer facilities, and we know we're not creating the growth to make that happen like you see in St. John's and Beach County. This is the only way we can get safer schools. So that is our initial motivation. And I recognize that isn't where you lost it. And I recognize that we don't have children that are considered early. But we also know through lots of research and throughout the country that newer modern schools draw families that want to contribute to the community. And that's also important to us. So, but we cannot do it without your support, right? So you have to be on the same page with us. We have to be transparent. And we want to be partners in this. And if this works, then we're going to be excited about doing that. And if it doesn't pass, we're going to go after it again. So we want this for our kids. Our kids deserve it. And every kid in this county deserves it. So
thank you both. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your willingness to take public comment. We appreciate that, right? So, thank you. And with that, I'm going to invite Colonel Wells. Okay, don't set his laptop off. I'm going to make an announcement while he's doing that. This will be our last, it looks like this is going to be our last meeting on Zoom. It will continue on YouTube. We will continue to tape them and they will be on YouTube. Zoom as of tomorrow only allows 40 minutes, and that really will even get through our announcements for the most part in minutes. And then after that, they charge us per minute, so it could be up to $3,000 is what we're looking at. So it will still be recorded, it just will not be on Zoom, this will be our last one, so. I know, it doesn't he look incredible?
Good.
Okay, I'm gonna ask, if you're having any conversations, if you'll take those outside.
Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to present to you June's law enforcement update for the city of Crescent City. Fortunately, Captain Usher is a little bit under the weather tonight. I found out just a few hours ago that it would be presenting, so bear with me as I go through his notes and some updates that we have, and certainly entertain any questions that you have. I will exercise at one point of privilege to just make a quick comment on the last presentation. I think most of y'all remember within the last 12 to 18 months when both the sheriff and the superintendent traveled to New Orleans to present on our school safety plan, as it was awarded as one of the most innovative and successful school safety plans in this country. The one point of note is the fact that we are overwhelmingly and most obviously challenged with schools that were built in the 50s, 60s, and 70s when school safety was not an issue at all until the early 90s after Columbine. Obviously, it's a challenge for us to deal with the schools that have points of entry all over the place and have windows that can be easily opened. So certainly a challenge. We work very good with the school district and proud of our school safety programs. Great partners for us to have. So back on topic, I have to move around just a little bit probably and change the slide, but it's very short and I will give you some updates. And I've got some notes I'll mention to you as we go. Right, so very quickly, as I recall, as I read these briefings, that in June of 2022, inside the city of Crescent City, there were 4 total crimes reported. 2 of those crimes were 4 total crimes investigated. 2 of those were reportable. By reportable, I mean that those are crimes that in the National Incident-Based Reporting System or reporting system for the FBI affect your crime rate. Those 2 crimes were a vehicle burglary at 250 South Summit and also a vehicle burglary at 232 South Main Street. The second of which, the South Main Street suspect by the name of Minnie Norris, was charged with taking with that theft. He's also a suspect in the previous one that's mentioned up there, but we have not charged him in that yet. I have some more information to kind of share with you regarding this, and perhaps now would be the most beneficial time. So Mr. Norris has certainly been a challenge for the law enforcement in Crescent City. He has a lot of need, and there is obviously, without speaking out of turn, divulging information you may not know, he has some very special needs that need some additional service. So we have a plan set up with him now through some very new, robust services, including mental health and substance abuse services that are being provided in the jail. You may have been reading about that recently. I'd be happy to address those services or whatever the case. So there is a service plan for Mr. Norris set up should he be rearrested. And that's very possible in the coming days. So hopefully we will be able to have some of the same success that we've had with him that we had after following an incident in Crescent City some months ago. You may remember where a young lady experiencing crisis went into the Winn-Dixie arm, and we've been able to make significant progress with that young lady, and through our partners have her back on track. So again, it's a whole other topic that we can talk about today or another day with what's going on inside the jail, but he's been a challenge for us, so we'll leave that at that. That's your two reportable crimes. One of them is solved by arrest, and the other one is pending further investigation. I think you can hear me. No traffic crashes in Crescent City. We'll talk about kind of why we think that is there. This is kind of a look at your criminal occurrences over the past several months, and you can kind of see where we are. So in the month of June, you can see that you had 4 criminal occurrences there. 2 of those were horrible, and then the other 2 are involving those steps. Obviously, this past month, you saw, a kind of a mixed bag of that. We've also, in the process of almost getting wrapped up with our semi-annual report, you should be able to see that next time. The semi-annual reports that the city is falling in line with the rest of the county, and violent crime is dropping across the county at about a rate we're predicting about 25%, and then property crimes at about 13%. And Crescent City is following in there. It's early. We're going to have to either double check these numbers or submit it. Crescent City looks to be compared to the same first half of 2021 to be down overall crime about 5 to 6%. But we'll have it verified. English in general calls for service through June, 227 law enforcement activities that could, like include calls for receiving calls to the communication center or officer initiated calls. Got 68 traffic stops would be taken into consideration there. No traffic crashes, 13 suspicious parking investigations. Again, Captain Upstream's PowerPoint, so I'm following that. Again, that's the gist of the month. I'll be happy to share other notes for you to get through. And before I do, I want to actually show you guys something very quickly. So taking responsibility for, I know that there has been some waiting for the markings on our cars to indicate your Crescent City deputies. I have turned down 3 so far, 3 design ideas so far. We're narrowed down to 2. The concern that I have about these 2 and the reason they have not been approved is because they do not reflect the new Crescent City branding, which came into play after we started that design. So, a little bit of ask the commission's opinion on these designs, or if you would like us to go back and work on some additional ideas based on the new Crescent City branding that's going on. So let me see if I can bring those up for you. So that should, it may not based on my service. So get some service on, go to the next part of the presentation, so I'm not wasting time. Run some service here. I'll run through some more presentation on how that happened. Okay.
Is that magic?
Yeah, we'll go back into that just a little bit. Okay. So some other notes that Captain Upstream would like for us to talk about tonight very briefly as we look at this. Obviously, he's made some notes here that one of the biggest thing they have been involved in over the last month is addressing some traffic control issues, and traffic stops have increased dramatically. Hopefully, or very likely, that has something to do with to reduce the reduction of traffic crashes to 0. So they did, I think it. I'm going to get back. It looks like right about 68 traffic stops during the last period of time. Also, one of the points is under our crime control strategy, called the stratified crime control strategy. Anytime there's 2 light crimes over a period of time in a similar area, it generates a pattern. And so the 2 burglaries in Crescent City generated a pattern. So what happens when a pattern is generated is it brings a lot of additional resources into the area. And that's where our folks focus. This past year, we're just standing up We submitted our crime control strategy to the Department of Justice. They called in their quote was one of the most innovative and all-encompassing crime control strategies they've ever seen, and they poured $250,000 into that crime control strategy, allowing us to hire some deputy sheriffs that specifically full-time duty to deal with those patterns. So when that pattern erupted in Crescent City of those 2 reported crimes, it triggered the crime suppression guys into Crescent City to address that pattern. With the goal being to get rid of that pattern very quickly, because statistically, I won't go too far in detail, that when one crime occurs, statistically, that's it. So we call it one hit wonder or one time event. But when the second one occurs, statistically, 3, 4, and 5 are behind it. So crime number 2 related in time, location, or manner triggers a pattern, and a pattern was triggered in Crescent City this past month, which resulted in a lot of additional resources hitting there. The pattern will stay active till it is solved by arrest and goes 21 days with no new crimes, or simply goes 21 days with no new crimes. So those were some other notes that he made. He also wanted me to mention the week that he is settled in on open house at our office at the school on 10th, am I correct? September 10th.
Saturday.
Yeah, it's Saturday, and so more information on that to come. We're hoping the community would join us. We'll open our office doors wide up, and District Commander, the Deputy Sheriff's Department, the rest of the city, myself, others will be down here, just to allow you some time to see that office, ask us questions, and basically keep an eye on what's going on with anything. So other than that, I plot this thing and bringing you up that image real quick. I was hoping to get that done. I did want some input on that. If not, I can do it by email or some options on that. I like them. I just got concerned with the new branding, whether or not that was going to cause us an issue. That's going to be totally up to the citizens. Guys, so. This is download it, maybe my internet service. Anyway, I will up here. Yeah, so it's I guess it's because the projector is filling the screen a little bit.
It's the battlefield.
With the orange,
Yeah, so that and basically they're both very similar to that. For the cards, other than they just color the background out again, it did not take into account the new branding. So, this is what we asked the designer for. But again, if we want to back up the pump based on the new branding, I'll certainly take any suggestions that you have on that. Other than that, that's the gist of June, and pretty positive outlook on the first half of this year compared to the first half of last year. Certainly, the trend is to see a second year consecutive crime reduction. Anything?
Commissioners, open to that. Commissioner Vega, I'll start on your end.
Sure. Thank you, Colonel Essery. Just wanted to thank you. I don't know what had that effect, but certainly on the west side of town, there seems to be less of the uncontrolled off-road vehicle people racing around the streets. I've seen that a while. Thank you so much, whatever you did. I have a question about one of the lists on the crime report. It says vehicle burglary at 232 South Main Street, but that Benny Norris was charged for taking 2 bicycles from the residents without permission.
I caught that too as I was reading it. Like I said, I got this about an hour. So very well could be residential burglary. We'll have to double check unless the vehicle was parked in the residence or anything. So I'll see
Right,
what's
it's a bicycle.
What's that?
It's a bicycle.
No.
You took 2 bicycles.
No, that would, they're still property, so they're vehicles sometimes, that's a great question. They are vehicles sometimes,
Maybe that's what they were.
right, yeah, so they are considered a vehicle for DUI cases and traffic crash cases.
Okay, actually, the reason I'm asking is not just a technicality, it's because there's been more than one problem in that block of South Main Street. It's concerning. Apparently, for the 2 bicycles, only one was returned, and it was the much less valuable one, which is a shame. If they know you did it, wonder what happened, but there's been other damage. So I thought maybe this might actually two crimes.
During the month of June or
Yeah,
July, because this is for the month of June, so. it was
Correct,
during the month of
I know.
June.
I don't know, I'm just saying, there's been, regardless, there's been things going on. So I just wonder if that was reported, and, you know, I don't
whether
know.
they're, I discussed with Ms. Weston and 10 minutes tonight that we're not even sure it's reported. I've encouraged her to try to get that reported,
Right,
so that we'll be able to see what's going on. And I think that the incident we talked about was July.
and then, okay, that, sure, that could be, the other thing is, I've never been clear on this. Does the Crescent essay or anyone else have office hours if there seems to be a problem in somebody having a problem? Is there ability to go to office hours or have to set up separately?
So, that's totally up to him, and if he wants to, set some specific, office hours depending upon what the needs are at the time. Most of our district commanders are very much in the field commanders, dealing with the public and guiding the deputies and supervisors in that area. Certainly have an issue with identifying some specific hours. However, anyone would ever have to do is contact the sheriff's office, request to see him, and come right to your house, meet the office, whatever the case is. We can discuss and set office hours if that's what we want to be. It's not as effective leadership, in my opinion, in the office versus in the field. It sets some small hours.
And I have to say, Commissioner Vito, that Captain Essery, if Charles sends something out to Captain Essery, I mean, from day one, he shows up at their house.
Yes.
And I've sat with him where he's talked to a resident for an hour and a half, 2 hours. So, I mean, he's really good about it.
Okay,
So if there's an issue that
that's what I'm asking, who do they talk? You said they
Charles will be to request that.
okay, that's what I'm trying to pin down.
Yeah, but or if it's the citizens that they want to talk to, they simply call the sheriff's office and say, I'd like to talk to Captain Ussery.
Okay, to the non-emergent.
Absolutely.
Yeah, or,
Okay, so there's two ways to go.
What is the line?
Okay.
386-329-0800.
It's on our website.
Non-emergency.
Right, well, thank that all.
One other thing I wanted to mention is, you sparked my memory when you mentioned those four-wheelers. I know there's been some concern about a potential speed limit change or speed limit issue on County Road 308 coming through the city. So we are dealing with that. That's going to be something that statutorily will be done after a traffic study. And I believe, not mistaken, even though the road runs through the city, it's a county road, the county public works will get involved in that. I do know that we have done some preliminary traffic studies out there and we find the speed limit to be relatively well observed. I know that visually that can be often misleading, especially with dealing with curves. But I know I spoke to that usher, one of the residents that he was receiving a lot of the complaints from. He and that resident went out there together and ran speed radar. The resident was relatively shocked with what the true speeds were. We have equipment available, and I've made a note, and I'll have him come set it up, and we can record everybody's speed over a period of time. It'll tell us what times of day our average speeds are, what our low speeds are, what our high speeds are. Basically, give us a traffic study. So we'll be happy to make that happen. We'll have to do that anyway before any request is made to adjust that speed limit below set 35. So, and I'll leave it with this. Problem with that traffic study could be is I've seen it in the past when I was district manager, I did a traffic study and the study said it's too much to be raised. We actually had to raise it legally when we did a traffic study. So it's just part of that traffic study that sometimes it says it's too slow. But I'm not saying that'll be the case. We'll be happy to initiate that traffic study as we.
Commissioner West?
I want to commend you, please, because as a teacher, I hated when the new fences went up and it just planting tree in and planting tree out. But I'm teaching reading the back portion of Middleton Burning, those old buildings.
Yes, ma'am.
The windows are facing the north. The kids are facing me, I'm facing the windows, and I see a young man walking out with a rifle pointed across that. What, this is before we had phones. So I got on the squawk box and I spelled rifle, hoping my kids wouldn't be able to figure it out for us. I thought GU1N would work. And that changed my opinion totally. Since then, we've seen all these things happen. But I understand Captain Usry's plan is being in all over the United States and several places. Gator is going to talk about.
Yeah, and it's a robust plan. We are dealing with age schools, but, we feel very confident in it. I never want to be overconfident there. It is our worst nightmare. That could ever happen, and it keeps happening and happening. So, God did and bless us all that we'll never see that level of violence in Putnam County. But one thing I'm confident of, not that somebody will ever try it, but it's that we're as prepared as we can. With the amount of armed responders, well-trained armed responders across the campus, the new technology that we put in as far as the text messaging system where the teachers can certainly text message our communication center, to where they can lock down schools based on a button pressed on the phone. All of the other capabilities are out there. Some of it we don't really talk about, but yeah, I appreciate the comment.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Commissioner Banks.
Yes, I'm concerned about the noise order.
That's on our mother. Okay, noise ordinance. Right there.
I listened to the news where now that's it. Now that's it. So I listened to it and I see another county come up with an order. Put it in effect. See work. That's what the county did anything about a noise order.
Yeah, we have. Yes, we have an active noise ordinance. It's actually been reworked within the last couple of years. I believe that the city has adopted this ordinance. So I'll separate the two different noise ordinances for you. The noise ordinance that occurs on a property, like from a house or a block party or some type of gathering, that's the county's noise ordinance that we use. All of our deputy sheriffs are trained on, and matter of fact, there's one in your office, which is a noise meter, so we would have to go to that receiving property line of the plant. We would take a noise meter reading, and if they exceed the violation, then the county ordinance can be issued. So that takes care of the stationary noise. Vehicle noise has been the challenge. That's the boom boxes from the vehicles and stuff. The challenge on that is when we get them to sit still for 20 minutes to take a noise meter reading, if we were out of options. Because the previous statute said audible for more than a certain distance, or plainly audible, that got ruled unconstitutionally vague, which took that statute away from us. There's been some modifications made in the state. As of July 1, an enforceable statute is out for us to enforce vehicle noise. That's enforced through state statutes. That's written on the traffic. They actually get a traffic ticket. So we have a mechanism now as of July 1 to handle the vehicles. And as I looked the other day, Big Crescent City, we had written 61 of those since July 1. And that's because throughout the last 5 years, folks could pull up to a patrol car with no disregard for the public right next to us, shake our windows in our patrol car, and there wasn't a thing we could do about it when that statute was ruled unconstitutionally vague. But there has been some adjustments made. Mr. Biggins may know more details here, but what I know, we've been assured that the new statute signed by the governor July 1 is in effect. We are enforcing noise coming from vehicles using a traffic citation, not a county.
Thank you. That was very much concern.
It's that and the exhaust for my pet peeve. I get it, and we've all said in meetings right here where the vehicle place have rattled the windows. I recall it, and now we have something back in our hand. I think we lost that about 4 or 5 years ago, and it's just out of control, totally out of control.
I agree.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Captain Usry shared that there was one. We had one vehicle with the mufflers,
Mhm.
and I think he has now taken care of that.
Right.
I think that's my understanding.
That's a very
Is well that.
popular statute. There's 50% of the county residents would probably like us to enforce that. 50% says it's ridiculous. It's a rural county. Let the boys have fun, but it can be overwhelming if you I'll run a business. I get it.
Commissioner Burke?
Well, I just have one thing, I think we all got a letter from, one of our constituents on Clement Street about kind of dogs running around, garbage, tearing it all apart. talked a little bit to the captain on the street yesterday, said they sent deputy over to, take care of that. I didn't get an opportunity to talk to him, I still talk to him tonight.
Yes, sir.
But, when I talked to, person, basically they said, you know, they've never seen any, police, well, they always say.
Sure.
But they never have seen a sheriff's car on Clements Street come down, you know, and, the other thing I was gonna ask, you know, you're coming down 308, it's nothing to take a left, and then a left, and go down Clemens, and come back right to 308, it's just behind the school, it's in the area that we're talking about. And every now and then maybe, should change, whatever. Just to go through there, and I think it would make them feel a whole lot better.
Absolutely, sure. I will tell you that I will find it absolutely the most difficult thing to believe I've heard all day. That it's not been a golf cart there. Our deputy sheriffs in most parts of the county work 50 to 70 square mile zones. They work a few miles here. Also, we can very easily verify that because all of our vehicle located, we have the GPS tracks that we can look up at any time. And I know that one of the most common things Captain Usher does, because when I look up the GPS track, it tells me who the last person that's been in the GPS system is, and he's always in it. So he's watching that, but we will check Clemens Street.
Yeah, just
And,
try and
to make sure we make some.
yeah, they don't say that. They would be that we're just not rushing.
Sure.
Times gotta come through.
Absolutely. But I will, put that on his radar, and we'll make sure it's there.
Just let them know.
You know, and I'm not aware, you know, the dog situation then at all.
Well, no, I got another, you know, tonight, as I came in.
Alright, so he made a generally county ordinance to dogs, unless they're vicious, the first thing we do is rip warnings that maybe where we're at, if not, we may have to go to the ordinance. So I'll rank over those. He's on 5-day quarantine.
Be glad he didn't show up, be glad he didn't show up.
He's quarantined.
I wouldn't mind I would like to spoke to her, also, and, Pam is following up on that too, and with,
I mean, I have a picture of
animal
the dog.
control, and she said that the dogs, some of the dogs have disappeared, so I don't know if animal control has stepped in, she said the deputy did, be
Stop
down,
by.
yeah, stop by. My concern on that road, and I don't know, something we need to address, is that the numbers are messed up. From a 911 standpoint, we probably, I don't know how that works with, you know, if we need to do that, but the numbers are. And to find the house, I think that would be difficult, if you had to find.
So in theory, even though they're messed up, they should be accurate in our GPS system, but we have had to deal with that before. What we usually will do is go down and get a consensus from the residents on that street. Because what could trigger is a renumbering, which could be a tremendous burden upon that because they have to make sure all their mail is rerouted and all that kind of stuff.
I'm just want to make sure as long as your GPS, you can get.
Well, we can definitely double check that. That would hopefully be the case. That's the same GPS we dispatch fire rescue everybody off of. But that it's very simple to do is to have our system route us to GPS numbers. Right.
That would be,
And that's on that, what street?
Clemens.
Same street, okay.
Yeah, same street.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay.
With that, if you'll just, I know you'll be on standby, I'm gonna go ahead and open up public comment, general public comment, so there might be.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I'm gonna unplug it here and I'll get out of the way.
Thank you so much, Carl. Thank you for coming on such short notice.
No problem.
And we, the golf carts, I've had a lot of, people comment on that, they like to see that, it's that,
Yes, that's a funny
I'm
story.
more familiar.
Captain Usher came to me, he said, every time I get the golf cart cleaned up, I'm here riding Crescent City, somebody takes it. I gotta fix that, give me a bill for a golf cart. So we bought him a Crescent City golf cart and he stayed down here in his office.
He's very proud of that golf cart.
There he is.
Yeah.
And he does use it, very proud of that golf cart. So we appreciate that.
No problem.
Okay, with that, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna open up public comments. So if you have anything that you need to discuss, please, state your name, your address, giving you, Karen's gonna start the clock, 3 minutes.
Okay, it's always started quick. Diane Sykes, 304 Chestnut. I just have a question. When we get to those items on the agenda for open discussion, do we get public comment on those items at that time? Okay.
And we're also gonna open up to the budget, so if you have any budget, tonight, we're gonna, as we go over the budget, we're gonna open that up to public comment as well. But all of our public hearings is going to be open to public comment. So do we have anybody else that has, yes, sir? You come up, yes, sir. You gotta reintroduce yourself, right?
Bill Beal, Grand Rondo, Crescent City. I've been here 10 years, and trying to get something from the Grand Rondo, it's a racetrack, a park here, for kids going. We put a speed bump up, we put it in the wrong spot, and we need at least 2 more on that street. Trying to slow these people down at 56 miles an hour, in 25. Somebody's gonna get killed. They're walking to the park. Now they're going to the beach every day, going swimming. Something's gotta be done. Last time I mentioned it to the captain, he had a patrol car sitting in front of my house the next day. But he sits out by the road, shut it back in the driveway, so they don't see him. They're not gonna catch him. But it does slow him down for that, finding out he's there. You need more speed bumps on that street. And you gotta, before you start throwing them down, you gotta do research, see what they do the best. I need one right in front of my house. I hate to have it. One right in front of my house, that'll slow them up at the park, and you got the other way down the street, but you know, down the street. I can't read his last name, but it was 2 big oaks. Right out in front of his house, he would, that would slow that whole block down. Thank you, everybody.
Yes. That's okay. That's okay.
Evening to the council. Name is Lawrence Coleman, 517 Vernon Avenue. You come to my house, my yard. You all check where you want. Right here. 17. Purely. East side or west side. Any day. Any day. I go to school a lot of different times to go to research. I've been in these numerous times. But it seems like on this side, the city commission don't have a county commission. Don't know. Because it is a county road. I understand that. But all at the same time too, we got some issues that's over here. I've been trying to get addressed. And nobody's paying attention. And this is the voice of one speaks the mouth of many. And you know, it's serious. I mean, day or night, it doesn't matter. I mean, today's Thursday, okay. And have a really bad time. You're in both sides. Both sides. I mean, so it's down there. I don't know. In that school bus sign, and like you know, you can't even see the speed limit sign, so you can say, well, I didn't see the speed limit. You really can't. So there's a lot of things that be taken into consideration, taken it. Don't be good. Again, like I said, the voice of one is the mouth of many. Appreciate your time.
Mr. Coleman, can I ask you, so it wasn't your house that the captain was at on Grand Mondo that you didn't see Was that your house?
No, I just think, you know.
I'm not Grandma, no, I'm sorry. On 308. That wasn't your house that he did the speed with, check the speed?
No.
Okay.
I didn't stop.
It was, I think he did on Grand Mondo, he did it on
I
308.
didn't stop.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure it's clarified. Thank you. Any other speakers? Or I close out public? And no one come up. We'll go ahead and close out public comments. Public hearing. I do want to ask a question of Bobby and Charles. I apologize. We had some of the residents that asked where we give them the opportunity to speak. It's usually before we have our discussion. Do we have to keep it in this order? Okay. So I'm going to ask the commission if they want for us to have our conversation and then allow the public to speak for their participation. If the commission is in favor of that. Okay. I just want to make sure that I think that gives them a better opportunity to kind of know what we are, how we're looking at this and maybe give some insight more into some of these issues where they have an opportunity to speak. So with that, let's go ahead and we're going to take up our first one.
Mayor, this is the second public hearing for community development block grant for housing. Fred Fox is here, Fred Fox and Associates to well as follow-up resolutions.
I apologize for the late. Thank you for being so patient.
I'm gonna pass around a sign sheet that requires
Okay.
everybody to sign. And then I've got copies of the presentation that I'll be handling here at the great platform.
Okay. Thank you.
This is the second public hearing of the applications. Must be submitted by next Thursday, 21st. And project from the city, Crescent City service areas. The first area is the waterline service area. And you're looking at the replacement of water line about 2,668 on Main Street. And it's going to be replacing the water line between Central Avenue and Vernon Avenue, which is State Road 308 and that conference. And the estimated cost of that is $470,000. And in the second service area, the second project is reflected in the installation of emergency generator at Blue Station 6, which is Second Avenue Road there. Generators at Bay Street. And it's at the intersection of Bay and Vernon Avenue. And you're putting an emergency generator on that lift station. So the fixed generator there, the estimated cost of that for generator is $125. So basically, you're looking at water line replacement with $470,000 on Main Street, and then the emergency generator at the lift station, $125,000. Administration would be $1,000. There's a city match at $25,000 in the construction on the water line for a total grant of $600,000 to $1,025,000.
I have a question there. Selling aid, Vernon?
Yeah, the lift station.
There's a lift station over on Bay Lane, Bay Street. Doesn't have an emergency generator, so we'll be adding.
Yeah.
It's 308.
308.
Yeah, 308. Okay. threw me off, okay, I apologize. No, it's all right. I thought that when you were talking about that, I was for sure. Okay.
Well, you go off that question.
Oh, no, if you're done.
Yes, that's.
Okay. So commissioners, we have the second reading of this, application. Do we have a motion? So
I'll second.
we have a motion, we have a second. Do we have any discussion? Any questions?
This is just application because we get it. Don't know, actually, my one question is really whether
Again, it's doing next Thursday. Normally it takes them about 4 months to go through the application works. Then another 2 or 3 months to have contracts set out. And then the first step is a HUD environmental. It's about 6 months. It's totally different than the phase 1 environmental. It's more notifying different state agencies, federal agencies, about the project, getting their comments and concerns they might have, working that out. And then after that, we would work with the engineers to sign. It's about 3 or 4 months and then bidding it. So the time you apply, the time you start turning their study.
Mayor, just to clarify, this is the public hearing for the second public hearing on this. We have a resolution we need you to approve, make the application. This portion is just for questions.
So we got the resolution.
That'd be resolution 2206.
You want to allow.
Okay, so at this time, you're ready. If everybody's commission, do you have any other questions? I'll open it up for any public input.
Scott King, 721 Admin. Your firm helped us with the grant to redo Central Avenue back in approximately 2000, correct? Yeah. And I recall it was really an issue. That project near like it was supposed to. That's where Central got new sidewalks, paved, the green light poles that we're painting now. So they're 22 years old. And it was supposed to be a lot of other improvements. The power was supposed to be buried. Recall?
I don't. I was involved with it. I don't.
You are this. You are Mr. Football. Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
And thanks for letting do that. The funds that are available go.
Well, what happened was, like today we have numbers, and if you recall, we had numbers for burying the power. We got the grant. We're all happy about the grant, and then we found out that our numbers were wrong by about 50%.
And the engineers.
Well, where did these numbers come?
The engineers.
So, what do we got to do to make sure that doesn't happen to us again? That was terrible. We spent a year working on this, and we had meetings in this room where we're all excited about revitalizing Crescent City. Sound familiar? And the first part of the plan was infrastructure. And Central Avenue didn't get what they're supposed to get. And the reason now that we have the high concrete power poles is because since we couldn't bury it like we were told that we were going to do, like we had put into the grant application to get the grant to do that. Well, we found out that we couldn't because our numbers were wrong. So we put them high sky instead, just to get them off those ugly brown poles and try to get them a little higher. And so that was the fix. So I hate to tell you, but I've been 22 years old.
Well,
so what are you going to do? Numbers are accurate. That doesn't mean it's not good. Let me finish, please. So yeah, I've got 43 seconds. So we got to do something to make sure these numbers are good. There is no reason for us to do all this work and figure all this out and then run silver halfway down Central Main Street, or not to be able to get the equipment that we need. So So that's my question. What can we do to make sure that we don't have that happen again? Because if it does, it'd be terrible.
I think
Absolutely.
Charles wants to.
Thank you.
Certainly. So we were working with Mid-Hour, our engineering firm, to give us the price estimates and estimated cost of construction. And so they're doing the best they can, and as you heard, it'll be 18 months. So there's always a possibility with the economy and so forth, that the cost of doing this will be more. All we can work with right now is the prices that are available to us right now. We can't project what it'll be. So we'll do the best we can. And if we come back and send construction and the economy's done whatever it's gonna do and the prices have doubled, then we'll figure out at that time. That's all we can do. Right now, we ask professionals, what's your opinion of the cost, the design, so forth. So we'll design it, and our intention is to put a pipe central to 308, emergency generator. That generator may come in twice the cost. By the time what is the price good? 90 days? You're in the business, and price doesn't get locked in. So we'll do the best we can. If the economy throws a wrench in the works, we'll come back and be transparent about it. Like, wow, we have this grant and we've got a punt because the economy just now cost of living this year 9.9%. We never figured that.
20 years ago, the issue wasn't the economy, the issue was the original number.
Okay.
So we're working with the numbers and trusting our professionals. And that's what we have. We're moving forward with the data we have. Thank you, Charles.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment on this? Okay, do we have a motion of acceptance to accept the resolution? We haven't voted on it.
No, but did I move that we accept the resolution?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, motion, we have a second. Do we have any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. So moved. Which, we're gonna move on to
2206.
the 2206. Now we have to move on to 2207. So, this goes in line with this.
Yeah, these three resolutions are all for our grant application. This is probably I'm going to read the title. It's resolution 22-07, resolution city of Crescent City authorizes the submission of an application for small cities community development block grants to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity for fiscal year 21-22.
Commissioners, do we have a motion?
I so move.
Second.
A motion and second discussion. Discussion, I open it up for a public hearing. If the public has anything they would like to say. Okay, commissioners, we have a motion, we have a second, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Let's move on to resolution 22-08.
Resolution of the city of Crescent City authorizing the use of $25,000 of the city of Crescent City's general revenue fund as leverage for the small cities neighborhood revitalization community development block grant application. The city is submitting to for the Department of Economic Opportunity federal fiscal year 2021. Mayor, will add that we are also pledging, not part of this resolution, ARPA funds for the design of this project. I think it's $275,000 to design. So the grant's going for construction, the generator.
Okay, commissioners, do I have a motion?
I so move.
Second. And second, discussion. Okay, do we have any public input? Forward. We also have no additional facts or test or against. Seeing no one come forward, we have a motion and a second, all in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. So moved. Thank you. I think that boxes. We appreciate you coming in and just everybody, you have this flip forward with the signatures, who has it? Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Fox.
Thank you.
Okay. Again, 22-11.
An ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, amending section 6.7 code of ordinances of the city of Crescent City as previously amended, amending section 6.7 list of signs, amending section 6.7.2 definition of signs, amending section 6.7.3, the standards for signs amendment subsection 6.7.3, subsection D. 10, deleting a prohibited sign, amending subsection 6.7.3, subsection C, the standards for special event signs, amending subsection 6.7.3, subsection C, subsection 1, the standards for residential signs, amending subsection 6.7.3, subsection B, subsection 5, subsection A, the standards for grand opening signs, providing for legislative findings and intent, providing for implementing administrative actions, providing for severability, providing for ratification of prior acts, and C, providing for conflict, providing for classification and directions to the code codifier, providing.
Mayor, this is the second reading of amending, actually, I feel it's kind of loosening up our sign code. The copies you have in your packet are changes you made on first reading are highlighted in yellow. Got some changes on the first reading, which included eliminated all references to political signs. We added maintain in good condition for a couple of the signs. We added electronic message centers are prohibited in historic districts for government purposes. And then we increased the number of feather signs from 1 to 3.
And maintain.
And maintain the good. Those are the changes made.
Commissioners, second reading, do I have a motion? Yes, sir, as soon as we have a motion, we have a second. We have a second, and we have discussion.
I'm glad, came out because you're the public, all them numbers we were reading that, that laws gonna be lost. And thank you, John. What all that regret? You're wrong. Okay, thank you.
You have any other comments?
On our ordinance 2011. I've heard some comment from the public and I share that. I'm not entirely sure that we really needed to do this, although we made, I guess, some good changes. The comment from the public I've heard is that it's kind of doing this piecemeal while we're addressing, those design issues going on with downtown partnership. So I'm a little nervous about it, but I know Charles worked very hard on it, and there are some good additions.
I think, Charles, as you want to, as we go forward, have an opportunity with our code.
Our overhaul, we get suspended this section completely, so it's a chance to go back to it.
Well, that was the other thing. I thought we just suspended enforcement as the sign post. Well, originally.
Well, that's why
We never did anything.
we never did anything with it, so it just.
Well, I don't know. That it's not clear to me that there was a need to do this. It was a temporary suspension, and there was a reinterpretation of whatever it is code was enforcing, but it's done. Charles did a lot of work on it. And I hope that we're not doing things about our city appearance in a detailed fashion. But here we are, and we did put in a lot of time. So thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? At this time, I'm going to ask for if we have any additional factual testimony for or against. Do we have any public input on this? Anybody have any comments?
Item 304 testimony. Good condition is subjective. Is somebody going to talk about what good condition is? Or will that be up to the code?
Thank you, Gary. Thank you. Okay, with that, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Adopting this ordinance. Please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, nay? So moved. 22-14.
Second reading.
An ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, approving renewal of a lease for the North Club of Crescent City, property described as 617 North Summit Street, Crescent City, Florida, also known as School House, providing for
Commissioners, you have this, on second reading. Charles, do you want to speak to this at all, or just go forward?
It's just second and final.
Do we have a motion?
I move on that.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion?
It's the same thing that.
Anybody has anything? We're gonna open it up for additional factual testimony for or against. And none, we're gonna open it up for public input. Do we have any public input on? Seeing no one come forward, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. So moved. Calling we go to the first reading of ordinance 23-6.
Ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, amending the city of Crescent City's land development code chapter 3 zoning regulation section 0.5 supplemental regulation. Amending subsection 3.5.14 boats and motor homes, and standards for parking in residential areas, providing for legislative findings and intent, providing for administrative action, providing acceptability, providing for ratification of prior acts of the city, providing to the code codifier and providing for
Certainly. This item, we actually had a workshop on this, talk about parking trailers, boats, RVs in your yard. The way our ordinance is written, to park nothing in the front yard. You can only park in the side yard if it's smaller than 0.5 feet. And if you park in your backyard, it had to be screened by a 6-foot fence. This, the results of the workshop were to sort of loosen that up. Just take off the length restriction on the side and the fence restriction, fence requirements. Went to the planning and zoning board for their review. Their recommended changes are highlighted with yellow. They're mostly the title, recreational vehicles, utility trailers, and motor homes, rather than just boats and motor homes. The title, the subsection. So you can see those changes. Nothing in terms of the restriction. So have requested in the workshop. So basically, this is a loosening of the requirements to allow any size be parked in the side yard. The side yard being defined as the front edge of the house, back, and then anything backyard. Without the requirement.
25.
No, we removed that that limitation.
So when I go in and get buses on the backyard.
Side yard.
The side one's behind the front corner of the house.
Commissioners, would you have a motion?
Also move.
I'll second.
First reading. Do we have a motion and a second? Do we have any discussion? Commissioner DeVito?
I have a question for the city editor. Charles, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
I know you're trying to find something. So as far as professional staff after the planning and zoning, commission made their recommendation, has our city attorney reviewed the final product or the planner from the planning firm?
Yeah, yes, Mark, correct. Was there at the planning zoning board, leading that discussion and
So he has,
modifying their comments and drafted their revised.
okay, and then of course, Mark Corrett and his firm are also currently working on an update to our land development. That's
Yes.
correct? So this will be folded in.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Do you have any other comments? Okay. I'm going to ask for any additional factual testimony for or against. You know, come forward. I'm going to open it up for public input. Do we have any public input? Public comments? Okay. Commissioners, we have a motion and we have a second. All in favor of the first reading, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. So moved. We're going to go to the first reading of ordinance 2022-18, Bobby.
7.
Oh, 17, I'm sorry, I apologize. 17.
An ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, repealing section 5.5 park permits of chapter 5 of the code of ordinances, creating chapter 21 special events, establishing procedures and guidelines for special events, city providing for legislative findings and intent, providing for implementing administrative action, providing for accessibility, providing for responsibility, providing for codification and direction, but codifying bodies. Mayor, this is something that has been workshopped. Lengthy ordinance, but it covers every possible contingency. A couple things I want to point out to you is that we're approving tonight, in addition to the ordinance, part of that is the fee structure. It's a recommendation. We trade Class A, Class B, and Class C permits. $300 for a Class A event, $100 for a Class B, and $50 for a Class C. I've had some conversations with some folks about we may want to make Class C free permit because Class C is really an event that doesn't have impact on what makes it a C is it doesn't impact traffic, noise, parking. That's really up to you as part of the decision today is what kind of permit fees will we charge these events. And also a suggestion was made to me here during public comment. We want to drop Class C altogether. My feeling with Class C is that it avoids conflicts, even if it's a small event, we're at least aware that it's going on in the community and resolving conflicts.
This might take on a life of its own. So I'm just wondering, commissioners, if we want to schedule this for a special meeting. I'm just putting that option out there. Like to do that, or if we want to take this, take it on.
We got an email from Scott, and I can agree with him already. You want a birthday party, 10 people in the park, and then you have to go through all of this just to have that. But the thing is, somebody else might have another time scheduled already. So it might be a good idea to come or call or whatever and see if your day is open. I don't know what to do. C is the problem. I don't have any problems with that either. The C is the problem.
And if people were to call us, let's say someone get married in the park, so they call and say, hey, we want to make sure the park's nothing's going on. Say, well, let's talk to us. So because someone didn't come in for a permit for a large birthday party,
right?
And then both groups show up and start setting up at the same time. Yeah, as I said,
that's the problem. It's two groups at the same time.
They didn't ask us.
So I think we need to have an at least call and reserve that day.
And this would establish that we say, oh, we actually have a call, there's no wedding at the end. The Class C form wouldn't need all the stuff in a Class A.
Right.
There's obviously no fireworks, no parade.
And the number of people. Would that satisfy you?
I think we all know the parks first come, first serve.
Right.
It is whether I bring my grandson or I bring my football team. It's first come, first serve.
Well, if we talk about the provision now too, we always in the past, we had come to the hall events, let us know if they get a permit, and put it up there so anybody come out there
Who reserved it.
who reserved it. I think that would be more professional.
Mayor, why don't we table this and talk about it some more, because the C is gonna be the problem. And we can see the situation.
I didn't ask for a motion on that for that reason. Do we want to go ahead and schedule it for a special? Or do we want to, if we move it to the August agenda, we're still going to have to pull with this.
And I think it might, I hate to do another special, but I think we have to. I'm sorry.
Could I make a comment about that? But to me, I've never been that this is the right ordinance for such a small town. It's a very complicated ordinance. Charles said it came from Blackup. And my concern about the small events is, right now, I think we have a very nice little simple permit process. The problem is, I mean, and you do almost every place that has a park, you have to reserve. And besides reserving so that you don't have conflict, that And people do need to plan. You can't invite people to the party if you don't know that you're gonna have a table there. But as well, for our parks, what I've noticed is it's very good to have, some kind of permit and sign up. I think people are supposed to put deposits. I think we just discussed this budget workshop. Because we do want people to take responsibility for, cleaning up their trash and also letting them know there's, our current permit process says they're supposed to be happy with our pool. I don't think that happens, because I remember a Rotary and we've got permits, or sometimes we apply for them, we don't even get it back. But there is a lot that goes on in the park, and sometimes a lot of trash is damaged. So, I think we need to make sure that we're attentive to people being responsible for their small events, because the staff has said they can create problems, and there's no need for other people, to have to take responsibility for that. So hopefully we can go into this at a later time and get the ongoing.
Well, I think Commissioner Banks, hit on its head though. This is pretty professional, so thing. I mean, it covers everything. I think there was a whole lot of anxiety in our community when the boat races came. There always seems to be a little bit of anxiety, just about everything we do here in Crescent City. And, well, there kind of is, and so, and then there's always questions of parking, questions of garbage. I mean, it's on and on and on. And of course, then we have people that say, well, it's first come, first serve, and that's very improper. People do need to know that they have a park. But we also need to cover the cost of using the park. I mean, because we saw that the park just this July 4th last weekend, which where everybody comes in, as they do best. And of course, it's up to us to clean all that up. And in this case, there's no charge to come and enjoy the park, but it still costs the city money to do that. I really don't think we need a special meeting per se. I've been through this. I thought it was pretty well. It may seem as though it's a little complicated. Start talking about the big things, the big show, the really big show. Okay, such as maybe road race or something along those lines, but not really. Now if you go through it, I think it makes perfect sense to make sure everything's kind of covered.
Well, let's
That's
set
my
a date,
opinion.
just, if that's okay with you, Charles, one afternoon, hammer it out.
Want to have a special meeting so you can vote? You wouldn't be able to vote.
Yeah, if you do the workshop.
Yeah, we can't,
We'll
we've
just
already worked
chat
out,
about it.
we've already, so this would be a special. This would be happy.
Now, this is the first reading.
But this was an opportunity to change. So is it possible we could do a special now in our August meeting?
Well, we have one already and schedule, we're limited there because the code board meets right after our special
Or would we want to do it earlier?
meeting. We haven't advertised that.
Yes, we advertised it today because the paper does not run on Sunday and Monday, so you had to advertise it today. So I advertised
And that's for
the special meeting that's for the 26th. Yes, ma'am.
Well, we do this after the August meeting, later in August.
Push. We want to get it fixed, but I don't think it's that urgent.
And I think as we go into the fall, just as long as we have it ready for the fall, because that's when the events are really start back up.
Be later in August, after it's set the date. August 9th.
August 9th. Commissioners, do we have can I get a motion
To make it the August 9th.
to table it?
Sorry, go ahead. Okay, I move to table, first reading of ordinance 2022-17, special events ordinance, to set a date for it, at our August 9th.
August 9th.
Well,
We haven't set the date for it, we just sort of August 9th, everybody on your calendar.
That's a commission meeting on August 9th.
Yes, but we're not doing it August 9th.
We will set the
discuss, set the date on August. The charter said we can set the date on August,
And you could choose tonight if you want.
or we can choose tonight, I mean, that's. If any of you have your calendars in front.
Actually, I'm just looking at my phone.
So we have so right now we have a motion to discuss setting the date on August 9th, or sometime in August. I guess, have the, special meeting, we would have a second. Second. I have a motion and a second, do we have any further discussion?
So basically, we're voting on discussing this again, at a regular commission, meeting, have a special meeting.
No, we're gonna set a date, we're gonna set a date.
Set a date to have a special meeting.
Have a special-
Or
Or you
maybe
can set it
it's
now, or you can set it now, it's your pleasure. I mean, Charles, do you have your calendar in front of you, so that you. So it's the dates.
What,
It's from the
what happened with the table? Why we can't table it?
Well, we want to table it to a date certain, I think is the question.
Well, right there, I think, have a motion, second.
I know, I have a motion and
I think
second.
their concern is that
Discussion, right?
it take too long at the next meeting, and probably want to meet dedicated just to this.
Set the date now.
So, August 25th,
We gonna be here tomorrow.
August 25th,
that will be the fourth Thursday of the month.
so he's given us August 25th. Commissioner DeVito wants to, you know, it's your motion.
Right, that's my motion, but I don't want to change it, August 25th, because that's not, it's weekly, I would like to do it before August 25th. That's, I mean, my preference would be that we table it and send out, email like we used to do, so we could find a date that's all
We can do that too.
Okay, so we'll poll you.
So she's not, yeah, she has.
Send
no
out
motion.
dates.
So I revised my motion, okay? We will table ordinance 22-7, special event ordinance. The city manager or the city staff will poll us, and then we can set date at the August 9th meeting, or even the next opportunity to set the date of the July 28th special meeting, correct? Okay, so just set the date as such.
We have a motion, revised motion in a second, all in favor? Say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay? Nay. So moved.
So
Okay, first reading ordinance 2022-18.
An ordinance of the city of Crescent City, Florida, calling for submission for its vote citizen, city of Crescent City. 5 proposed changes to the city charter, setting forth the wording of each question for the ballot, providing a date for the submission of said questions to the voter, providing that the charter will remain negotiated except to the extent necessary to incorporate those changes approved by the voters, providing conflicting ordinances, providing for acceptability clause, providing.
Sure, Mayor, this is sort of a culmination over the last year, actually, or longer conversations, change the charter. The first change would be simply to change the title administrative supervisor to city manager, which is the title that's been used for quite some time. The second would be to, currently the city manager, the administrative supervisor is required to be the city clerk. This would allow us to hire a clerk as a separate position, no longer be the administrative supervisor. The third is currently the hiring and firing of department heads is subject to approval of the city commission. And this would remove that administrative function, put it back to the city manager. The hiring is not a problem, it's just the firing becomes sort of a public spectacle. In that regard, still allows for the department head to for appeal to the city commission if so choose. And then the other is to adjust the procedure for filing as a candidate. Currently, you can, the way it's worded, we've had some confusion about this. Looks like you can't file prior to the first Monday in August and ending at noon the following Friday. We just wanted to say the deadline is noon on the first Friday, the first full week in August of the year election. So anytime up before that, which you can do now through filing proper paperwork, just clarifies that language. And then the last change is currently any expenditure over $1,000 has to be put out for bid and come to the commission for approval and selection. Just bogs down the process. So they recommend a change is to make that $5,000 and allow us to choose the best bid publication of that bidding process on our website.
And just for clarification, we're not approving these, we're approving these to go on the ballot.
Correct. We're sending it to the voters.
So the voters can weigh in on this. So just for clarification. This is something for our charter. We have this, do we have, I don't know that we want to make a motion on it right now because there might be some changes. So just keep in mind when you make your motion that take into consideration if we have any changes to this. So do we have, I guess I'll ask for a motion. Do we have a motion? Anybody have a motion? I think you should. We might have, there's like I asked for an effective date. I think I didn't see where there was an effective date. We might have to put in there when we go forward with this ordinance that we have an effective date when it takes place after it hits the ballot, after it comes off the ballot. So I just know that there might be some changes. So motion, keep that in mind.
Can you make a motion with the idea that you might make changes?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm just putting that out there. We want to go ahead and discuss it first.
I think before we make a motion,
Okay, well,
we
let's
need to know what
discuss it.
we're making a motion for. So we need to discuss
So Bobby,
that.
we have a
We're discussing that and the effective date when the vote is tallied, when the vote's official.
Oh, it's gonna be effective. It's either gonna be changed or not changed for the election. There's an effective date for this ordinance. I think the mayor's talking about if they vote yes, when does it get changed to further?
right. Is that at the time of the vote, or is there another time certain?
No, I mean when the election is
When they're certified. Okay, so once they're certified, I just want to make sure that we need to clarify that anywhere in.
no.
I also saw where it had in here, and I know you did this. We might want to, and they want to be. This is our chance to do this because then we have our second reading, and then we're out of time. So that's why everything in here, we just make sure that it's done correctly. At one point, I'm sorry. Thank you. On another point on this, I think we had the administrative supervisor / city manager, and then there was a couple of places where we need to make sure that we put administrative supervisor / city manager. Bobby?
I worded administrative supervisor because it hasn't changed yet.
Hasn't changed.
Administrators.
It can be the clerk, it can be you. Manager, so do you want to designate?
No, I just moved the language when I wrote the other questions. I didn't assume that the first question passed. Yeah.
Okay.
It might be no on that.
So we make that assumption. Go ahead and make that assumption.
I don't think we need to, but we can.
I think just
To
for
clarify
safety purposes, clarification. And this is where I was getting at. It says all amendments shall be effective on the date specified within the amendment. So that's where I was just wondering if to make sure that we didn't need to put the date certain.
Yes, we told you. Yes, when it's certified, the election results are certified.
Certification.
I don't know.
Here, it's like, effective date.
Sometimes it takes a while. doesn't it?
Sometimes it does, sometimes
And that's on the second. I guess we have a second. But
I think we can just change all limits from the effective date. Pass it.
okay, I'll pass it one day, pass it.
Pass it
So
before you
you can add that language in there, okay? And then, sorry, I'm not watching. Questions before we went forward. So on this, the special election, how does this play in if we had to do a special election? Would that have anything to do with this? Well, say somebody resigns, something happens to someone, and they have to have a special election in March or April. And this says election anytime prior to noon on the first Friday of August. I just want to make sure that this won't in any way impact special elections, should we have to have special elections.
I don't think so, because it would be making it less. So I would think, I mean, I don't know for certain, but it would. That's all.
Okay.
Let's just say a second.
I just want to make sure that we're not. You know, that's all I have. Commissioners, do you have anything else?
My question, man, is we got all this clear. But we all confused with it. We need,
they're basically just saying that, yeah, we want to put this on, for the. I think that's what we do. Yes. We want to do that, right?
Yeah.
Now we just want a motion.
So now we have a motion with, if you want to accept the changes that we just discussed, if you don't have any other changes you want to make to it, then we can have a motion to accept those
I
changes.
so moved that, approve first reading of ordinance 2020.
I said,
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? Comment, Commissioner Leaders?
Okay, so what was the decision about whether the date change if the Commissioner Burton's motion is for his proposal as written?
Without the recommended changes like adding the city manager. I thought you changed it with the change. That's it.
man, it's just the first reading. If any other changes made before we make the final reading, we can do it
This
that
is
time.
now. No, we gotta do it now.
Gotta do it now.
Gotta do it now. Second reading, then fine. Can't change it. So,
It's due to the supervisor elections first week of August.
yeah. So that's why I'm saying this is, we gotta move on it. So. Okay. Commissioner Van, you guys.
Well, I just wanted to clarify what the motion was. My feeling about this is I am very uneasy that have so little lead time for changes to the charter, and that we are kind of proofing it and coming up with changes at the time that's for them for first reading. As well, when this was brought up to it, concept, I have particular concerns about a couple of the changes. The one is the way the town clerk is established. It does it so the way it was originally proposed was that basically the city, we did not create a separate section establishing the office of the town clerk. We just had the city manager hire the town clerk. That's still.
We did not have a town clerk. He was the town clerk.
Pardon?
He was the town clerk.
I'm aware of that, the person who pointed it out, but we called somebody else to town clerk.
Okay.
No, what I'm saying is the way these things are drafted, that would establish a separate clerk. the way they were originally drafted, it was that the administrative supervisor was authorized to hire one. And my question was, wouldn't it be more appropriate to establish the town clerk in a separate section of the charter? Does it still read that way, that we're just authorizing the administrative supervisor to hire a town clerk? Does that help solely?
That's how it's authorizing no longer be the city manager to hire a city clerk.
Right, and I'm not, I don't think we've considered this enough. I've looked at other city charters, and the town clerk has their own, section establishing them, and as well, they're usually approved by, the city commissioner, city council, or whoever it is, and as well, it seems to be very common in city charters for department heads to be hired and fired with the commission, and I don't think we have enough information about why that is and why those things are done that way in the city, and what is there must be a reason. So those two decisions, I'm just really not sure about, as they seem to be done very differently in the way other cities. I feel like we need more information before we make such change. So that's all I'm saying.
Oh, I said, yes, Commissioner Rhodes.
Well, you know, when you hire and fire, first of all, the commission doesn't necessarily work with people that are working within the city.
Yes, yeah, that's like,
So we're really not privy to the daily tasks that they all do every day. But the people that are working with them and city manager has to make those decisions, whether they're doing jobs, the person that hires and fires. It should be fair, and if it's not fair, those people should be able to raise. Look, I was, fired unfairly, but it should be done quietly. It should not be done as a commission meeting where you come up and you say, hey, Joe Blow is a lousy guy, and what do you think, commission? You want to fire him? It shouldn't be a thing that's out there. It should be kind of I wouldn't, if I was going to get fired, I wouldn't want the whole city to know that. I want it to be somewhat on a quiet level, and you're going to know it anyway. But I guess what I'm saying though is it shouldn't just be brought up in front of everybody to be fired in that way. That's all. That's just my opinion.
In the past, the city manager, basically the work part efficient. But whether that was managed, city manager took care the regular day-to-day and always in the past. That's past.
I don't think we need to air it.
No.
Yeah, the department head is same way.
I feel like if you do that, it could become very political and not based on performance. And right now, if the city manager has that authority, and if a employee felt like they were treated unjustly, then they could come to the commission. But I feel like if you don't, it's very political. Oh, I like him, his family, I've been around his family forever. Like her, she fixes Sunday dinner for us all the time. How could you do this?
Sorry about that person.
Yeah, and so I think this takes that out of it, and actually can be very effective. So we have anything else, Commissioner DeVito, that you want to?
I think those are all the points. Because apparently there are formats and ways that the government follows. They do things in structure or charter, and on these 2 points,
I don't think we have that information about whether they're in the norm or out of the norm or whatever. But those are definitely good ones.
You know, the good thing about this is we're not making this decision.
No, and that was
The public is making the decision. And so we're just giving them the opportunity to do so and to participate. And they might say that they agree with you or they don't agree. But at least we've given them an opportunity to speak on this. So right now we have the motion and a second. I'm going to open it up for any factual testimony for or against. And none come forward. I'm going to open it up for any public input that the public might have. You come to the podium, state your name and your address.
TJ Bailey, 624 Palmetto.
You'll speak into the mic and say your word.
Is my question, or question, comment. If you do this and put it on the ballot for people to vote on, do they get a line item type thing? Is I want to do this, I want to be able to spend the $5 grand, but I want to get it ready, or is it all for it's
Each one separated out with a yes and no.
it's kind of like they are separated, so that my only question, I want to make sure.
Yeah, each one is separated out so they can vote on it. Yes or no. Do you have any other public input? Seeing none, we have a motion to accept the first reading with those changes, is that correct?
Mhm.
And a second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. So moved. Not going well.
Labor's great.
The power goes out. The power goes out. It will be telling us something that it's time to go. down. Okay, let's move on to the resolution 2022-05.
Mayor, I want to see if you want to move this resolution to after the budget,
Okay.
public input, and just setting the maximum millage.
That commission. In favor? This, so then we'll take out the resolution 2022-09.
A resolution of the city of Crescent City, Florida, approving and authorizing proper city to execute a community aesthetic feature agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation. Mayor, this item came up when I started investigating updating the signs of the medians. It's a business district. It turns out we have passed, I guess we did an aesthetic agreement with DOT. They need to approve those signs. And so in addition to this resolution, providing with the hearing, sign, and so forth, will allow us to update those. If we're ahead.
I'll go ahead and approve that resolution 2022.
Second.
Motion for approval, second. Commissioners, we have any discussion?
I like that it says historic town instead of business district.
And they'll have some input on that, not a lot of phrases. I'm hoping they don't consider that a phrase. And they'll probably shrink the logo to the maximum
Right.
size of the logo.
Any other discussion? Commissioner DeVito?
Is that Charles doesn't believe we can have this really sign that it might not look like. Right.
It might look
Okay,
a little bit smaller.
right, you'll do the best.
I believe I've seen historic downtown and
I'm optimistic.
yeah.
Is that background on that? Is that gonna be
Well,
that light
The current one
yellow?
is DOT green. They might tell me it has to be green or dark brown. Historic districts, dark brown.
Two my favorite.
Well, I'll keep you posted. I'll keep you posted on what happens.
Okay. Okay, with that, I'm gonna go ahead, if you have no other comment from the commission, I'm gonna open it up for additional facts and testimony right now. And public input, we have any public.
Scott King, 721 Roman Avenue. I'm sorry to be up here so much, so I'll say this really quick. You know, when they did the medians and put the signs up, we were laughing stock of everybody that drove through town. What did those signs mean? Where they're at right now? What are they saying? that half of a block, then the light, and then another half of a block.
I agree.
They're,
It's silly.
they're
I agree.
incorrect, they don't belong there. So let's ask them to get rid of them, or at the very least, put some arrows. Was it, we don't know, they're not here. Was the intent to mean central or just, City Hall and the Randolph studio across the street? They need to be corrected, maybe an arrow point down central, or if that's not what if that's not the district they're referring to, if they're referring to the business district of 17, then spread it out further to include all of it. Or they could just be, pulled up and put somewhere else, because they really just don't make any sense where they are. And honestly, people rib us about it, I don't know if you've heard.
I totally.
Yeah, they just don't belong there. Thank you.
Can we ask them to just take them off?
Yeah. I think we're really unusual to have them there. Maybe they'll spread them out. Normally they'd have to be on the side of the road. If we don't have room on the side of the road.
Right. I don't think we need them at all.
I just think it's a great opportunity to put our brand out there. It's a rare opportunity. With
Well,
DOT.
we're gonna have that on flags up.
We are.
So,
If you tell me, I recommend we do it. You take them down, to will, I'll ask them to.
already we use historic downtown, but if they want to have business district, that's silly. It just, I agree, it just is very silly and it doesn't. But historic downtown is fine.
We're talking in the past, what did you?
In my experience, it's almost impossible to get a sign out of DOT, from DOT, to purchase an easement outside the right of way.
I agree with that.
So to have them there, when I first saw them, how they pulled that off, really unusual.
Thank you.
I think if the speed was 45, they wouldn't have been allowed. And probably needed what our quick was. So I thought it was a bonus that we had them. Usually we put our nice big marketing logo up there. They allow it. We can make it through this process. And I see it as an opportunity to spread the brand and say it's welcome. I can't say welcome, say historic downtown. Because when you're at the sign, you're in downtown. It's not saying entering historic downtown, it says historic downtown.
Yeah, that would be okay. Just, I don't understand this.
Yeah, that was unusual that you've been traveling through a business district to get to a sign that says business district.
Yeah, you know.
So, but when you've been traveling through town corridors, then you see like, oh, this is the downtown here. Someone's new, they see an empty field, and then we say, look, this is the downtown.
We have one comment.
One brief comment, Jim State, 131 Road. We have a very notable recognition in this city, and that is the fact that we are on the National Register of Historic Places. Begins around Orange Street, extends around Magnolia. I mean, if you recognize that, you're essentially recognizing your historic downtown. There might be something like that. It's something I think we should. That's all.
Usually I understand what Jim Stady's talking about. We work district have their own separate set of signs. And they cover more the districts. I happen to like the change that Charles is proposing, but his rationale is good. It's just a marker. It doesn't necessarily say start or end. And if we could make it a more attractive sign, then I think that would be wonderful. And I agree, business district, that part's odd. So I think it would be a positive change. And I think that Jim Stady has a good point about marking the historic district well, but we don't necessarily have to involve people. That's kind of a separate.
I don't know if you notice, but our district is marked by the brown street sign.
Right, but then there's also the ability to
the brown street signs, you don't know what they are unless you actually know what they are, and you could have, signs that actually announce a historic district. But as I said, that's a different issue, that's not really what's on the table.
Okay, do we have any other public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we have a motion to accept this resolution. We have a second, and discussion. Is not all in favor, say aye. Aye. So moved. You want us to take a 5 minute?
Oh, just to be frank, this.
I don't think anybody's going anywhere. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and recess for 5 minutes. We adjourn at
That was a guess.
Commission meeting is back in session. Commissioner West. Okay, everybody, and start to stand up, I call the meeting back. You want to go ahead, Charles?
Thank you, Mayor. This next agenda item deals with the feasibility study and conceptual design of the ambulance station. Recall back in the fall, we were discussing our American Rescue Act funds. We've been given approximately a little over $750,000 to utilize, and we had a conversation and a workshop, and want to move forward with a constructing a dorm type building with perhaps with a bay able to house the ambulance within the city limits. And we put on RFQ and awarded the contract to Robert Taylor. And then after meeting Mr. Taylor about our budgetary constraints, we really wanted to, the decision of the commission was to try to bring in $450,000 so that we could utilize the balance of the funds to design some water main improvements. And expressing our concerns, Mr. Taylor, he came up with a proposal to do a feasibility study to really show us what we could get for our money if it was possible to do something for $450,000, and to do a conceptual design, which then would become the basis for the final design if we decided to move forward at that point. So that's where we are today. He's come back in with the results of the feasibility study, schedule of probable costs, conceptual design for us to consider, and I put a lengthy some alternates in your packet which we'll talk about after his presentation. But Mr. Taylor, if you come on up and show us what you come up with.
Mr. Taylor, thank you for your patience. Sorry that this is so late meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I am Bob Taylor with Robert Taylor Architects in Alaska, Florida. And I'm here to present the feasibility study that Mr. Rudd told you about for the new ambulance station for the city of Crescent City. I do appreciate this opportunity and I hope it will be as enlightening and informational to us. I wanted to tell you about our associates in this project. With our associates did the civil and structural evaluations. Mr. Mike Tibble, I believe you know well. Jason Shepard is one of his associates. Brando Engineering is our mechanical, electrical, and fire protection engineer with Matt Brando and his associate Marty Sean for signing the architect. We were charged with 4 different responsibilities, and that's what I intend to present on tonight. You see how I worded that, fitting the budget into the program. And then the second part is determining the best location and the physical size of the building that we're dealing with, defining the cost. Then a 4th option, we decided to investigate perhaps other options for funding, anticipating that might be an issue. I know you can't read this, but I wanted to highlight that it did start out with trying to evaluate the existing facility. We met with Chief Highfield and the City Manager Rudd and reviewed the existing facilities, both the building and the site, endeavoring to determine whether or not that existing building was reusable, habitable, and quickly determined that it was not. It was not designed as a fire station. It's really the wrong type of construction for a fire station. And our next step was to say, well, what do we need in the new ambulance station? And part of this process was to develop a program or a summary of the work, which is part of what you see. Included in the program are elements related to site preparation, site improvements, utilities, required permitting, the electrical service availability, and gas service in this case, telephone and data reviews and systems, as well as the new building, its general configuration, considering materials and finishes, interior spaces, plumbing, mechanical, electrical, and then the apparatus bay which initially we were concerned about the budget, so we decided that we would try to include it as an alternate. Had enough money, we included it, and if not, then push the bill. The conceptual site plan, I mentioned to you that we actually came up with 3 different building types. The first one was a direct relationship to the summary of the work that Chief Highfield and we worked out, endeavoring to give you as much building as we get. That plan turned out to be about 2,200 square feet, and we had to really cram it in there. The dorm rooms, for example, were just 8 by 8.5, which were strict. And of course, the physical size of the building caused a concern that it would not be available to us. The second building we worked on was just simply a dorm and restrooms, trying to get the 6 dorms and the restrooms, ADA accessible restrooms. And we made this design thinking that we would set it on the site plan in front of, on the east side of the existing fire station in the parking lot. And our concept here was that we would be able to take advantage of the existing facilities because they had an office, they had a conference room and a meeting space. And after looking pretty closely at that, we decided that that was not the right place to put the petition, and settled on the west side location, which is between the existing fire station and North Main Street. There's a lot of property back there. And also it has the added advantage while the construction is ongoing, it wouldn't cause major disruption to the existing facility on the east side, right? And this is a conceptual site plan. Again, I know this is quite small, but just to get you oriented, this is Summit Street, and the shaded area here is the parking lot out front. The open area is the existing fire station. This building to the left is our new ambulance station with the apparatus bay right about there, and driveway accessing it from Eucalyptus Street. On the north side of the plan is a water retention area that we need to include because of the requirements in the land development criteria for West City. It's a fairly concise plan. It's 1,540 square feet plus the apparatus bay, which is another 574 feet, or a total of a little over 2,100 square feet. Oh, I just repeated that, 1,540 square feet, 5 dorm rooms. The dorm rooms here are bigger, 8 by 12. It does have a day room and a kitchen, restrooms, and as a matter of fact, the entire facility is handicap accessible, and it includes a laundry and a mechanical space. Right? This is the plan. Again, this is the apparatus bay, which is on the east side of the building. Existing fire station is connected to a walkway from that apparatus bay. These are the dorm rooms, again, roughly 8 by 12, the laundry area. This is a mechanical equipment area, which also houses the fire sprinkler riser, the 2 ADA accessible restrooms. This is a day room and a kitchen with pantries and storage for the EMS or the fire station tech. By the way, this is a walkway to North Main Street, and again, a walkway to the fire station. To the south of us would be Eucalyptus Street. Okay. The exterior elevations, obviously, when we considered the design of the facility, we were concerned about aesthetics and practicality. The building is an essential services facility, must be designed to resist 140 mile an hour winds and be impact resistant. We've considered a concrete masonry unit structure with light gauge steel trusses. We considered steel studs with light gauge steel trusses and a metal roof, but ultimately decided that the most economical structure would be a pre-engineered metal building. Okay? Now, metal buildings are not particularly glamorous. It is a metal building, but it does meet the requirements for 140 mile an hour wind resistant. It can be made be impact resistant as well. The cost projections were a bit challenging. For this portion of our work, I tasked each consultant to come up with their own cost projection, and we call these opinions of probable cost. The commissioners have the detail in your packets, and you'll notice there's 10 pages of detail where we tried to delineate and provide for you insight on how these cost projections were made. In the case of, like Tibbles, it included civil work, site utilities, water retention, grading, paving, and drainage. And there is a contingency in his estimate, and that ended up to be about $230,000. For Matt Verando or Verando Engineering is included the mechanical, plumbing, electrical, and fire protection system. His base bid, that's the main building, was $186,000. And if you could buy the alternate, that would add another $48,000 to that cost, for a total of about $234,000 for mechanical, plumbing, electrical, and fire protection system. And lastly, my opinion of probable cost for the main building, which does include all of those costs you've heard so far, plus the contingency, the bottom line is about $828,000. The apparatus bay, which would be a separate item to that, is about $138,000 additional. Whoa! Have a nice day. I almost got through. Well, I had the pretty pictures next. So.
Sounds kind of like singing
Do have a
Okay, I'm gonna, until second. Take a break from.
There, I was almost at the end of the presentation. I had a half a dozen slides. We covered the 3 months. And sorry.
They're checking the generator, so.
Checking it right now.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to.
I've been walking around, but, look, this individual work on the generator.
Well, I mean, you can use it. But if you I guess that's the code. Levels we've been doing, and if you spend 50% of
Took care of it.
I don't know if Gail or Charles are here, if somebody's our hero, I call this back. Order.
I was doing my pictures myself too.
Yeah, I believe it was. Both of them were out there, so I'm not sure. Okay, we're still under recording.
Generally, I don't like it.
Oh, okay.
But I do like it. Yeah.
There you go. I wanted to talk about that. Yeah, that's where I was. So,
For you guys.
I wanted to reiterate the fact that my engineers and I have worked together for over 20 years, this team of engineers. And we took advantage of our experience and expertise, having done fire stations, ambulance stations, vehicle buildings, apparatus buildings, over numerous counties in this area. We also tapped our sources for suppliers, subcontractors, and other trustworthy sources, endeavoring to make our estimates as accurate as possible. And due to this gentleman's comment, we did include a contingency in virtually every case. So hopefully the, opinions of probable cost will last a year or so before we run out of our cost projection. Okay? And it was interesting, on the 7th of July, not long ago, our state representative, Bobby Payne, had an opportunity that he was able to create for the city of Interlochen. They got a $2 million grant for a fire station in that city. And he noted at the time that the fire station we created for East Palatka, which, by the way, was 5,600 square feet, cost $1.2 million. And he says glibly, well, the costs have increased rather dramatically, and unfortunately, they have. Even though we've made a concerted effort to give you our best numbers, I must warn you, there are no guarantees. Okay. Our last endeavor here was to look at options and opportunities for additional funding, and we provided to City Manager Rudd information pertaining to the Florida House of Representatives, a form of application for additional grants and some internet website addresses for additional sources of funding. We would stay on board should you decide to pursue that to assist with these additional sources of funding. Last but not least, we did create some 3D renderings with a little color showing that the building could be rather attractive. Now, this is a view from the corner of North Main Street and Eucalyptus. This would be kind of like the front door, which would lead you into the day room. That's a little closer view than what we looked at first. This is a view of the apparatus bay close to the fire station. And then the northeast view, literally the back of the building. I thank you for your attention, and I stand ready to answer any questions.
Mayor, you can see, I outlined that I think we have to make a decision on ARPA funds. They need to be spent, I think, by the end of next year, calendar year. And then we have opportunity. We have a lot of projects that need to be designed. But I think this is information data worth having and move forward with those other funding sources, appropriation, perhaps fire station, replace the garage that we have that we use as a fire station. A better facility could be even a emergency operations center for the south end of the county. We are Peninsula, and the bridge is closed down. And we're no longer connected to the operations center of this line. So I think there's opportunities for legislative funds to move forward with this. I don't think it would waste an effort. That would be my recommendation. We use this as a basis to move forward, seeking larger funding, perhaps a larger project to meet our other needs, but move forward with the ARPA. Tonight I'm requesting a decision from our ARPA funding. Move forward on designing those water main projects I described in the cover memo. We're using some of that money already for the main on Main. And that's only part of that Main Street project. We divided Main Street into two pieces so they would fit within the CDBG grant to actually finish up that. We could design the rest of it for looking for future funding sources, design prospect. The length of prospect, that's currently divided into two phases. That project alone would design might need a major funds. Then we'd be shovel ready with those projects.
So basically you're saying that, to kind of put this on hold while we go out for different funding for it. Is that correct?
Well, to direct us to go after that, an appropriation or a larger project.
And then take our money, all of the art money, and put it towards the water, all the water projects.
The water projects. Yes, that's my recommendation.
I just want to make sure that.
I gave you multiple options. If you wanted to go with a modular building, wanted to match ARPA with better placed funds, just so you knew, I brought you those options exist. We did look at a modular building. We did finally get a price. It's in the area of $400,000. for a modular home basically would be put there. And, fire station out
Okay, you answered my question about the cost of a modular building. So, two questions. Obviously we have a backlog of water main and septic tank projects that need done. And so we could get them shovel ready, and then would you anticipate it would still be over several years that it would take to get those done?
It could be, basically, we just wait for CDBG, for 18 months, we'd have to close out that grant.
Right.
There are opportunities like a very low interest loans now from STA. I think we're likely to get a loan from them, that's a grant because of our reserves. But there's a very almost no interest loans from USDA for us to go ahead and construct those projects.
Kind of like a line of credit, and you have to pay it back.
Yes.
Out of
Be more debt for us.
something, but, and then, do we have any of our fire chief that's what you like that? Or would he like the modular building for $100,000? Is he good with us, going out to for other funds?
I think he's excited about the possibility of a new fire station.
He wants the whole shit, he wants the whole shebang. We asked him.
No, as you see, it's really not moving forward at this time with the cost. The cost is just really unbearable for the project. I don't think we'll find other funds to match or do anything with it before the ARPA funds would expire. So I think this time, it's something you guys have to make a decision on, of course. Completely, I would love to have a building in the fire station. But I think if we look at larger spectrum, that building was never intended for a fire station. I mean, Charles has spoken many times, I've spoken to you guys over the years. We really need a new fire station to develop something towards the south end. You see Emergency Operations Center incorporated, maybe something from the sheriff's office, and or City Hall that might benefit us better in the long run. And for the big picture instead of just trying to put a band-aid on something right now. Believe me, I would love to have that right now. Get that ambulance in town, give our guys a better stable building again, during storms and events and stuff like that, especially hurricanes. But with the cost, I mean, I don't think it's prudent to spend $450,000 on a modular. I really don't. At this point, I would love to have it, and I recommend it. That's how. But at this point, I think Charles is right. We should probably look at other source funding for that project. Maybe do a full project with it instead of just a partial project.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any other comments?
Questions?
I have a motion. So I would move that we accept the city manager's recommendation, to, I guess, to move, the designation of our funds that were originally, voted for the fire station, to the purpose of the 4, design projects, for Main Street water main improvements, Prospect Street water main improvements, Grandmother septic tank phase out, and water treatment system.
I get a motion to accept.
Second.
Wait 1 second. So, we have any discussion, any further discussion on this? Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So moved. Mr. Taylor, thank you very much. We appreciate your work on this, and if we have something to go forward with, should we?
A lot of good information
A
over there.
lot of good information. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you for your patience.
We got a lot of hands.
I really agree.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was on public hearing. If you have something, you're welcome to. I said you could, so by all means. I was going through the public hearing and not this. This is our kind of our business part. Go ahead, Diane. Go ahead, Diane.
Finance at 304 Chestnut. Since this is for the South Putnam area, why is Crescent City the only one funding this? Why isn't everyone in South Putnam contributing. I mean, I know it's on hold, but it resurrects itself. Why should we be the only ones coming in for self?
No, it's just a good point.
Yeah, it's actually a very good question. Thank you.
And it was really for us to pull an ambulance down here. That was what we were hoping for, and for our, also for the volunteers.
And for the
I
future
think we
project.
need to, I think we need to address it, just so the public does know.
I'll just Diane's question real quick. The biggest thing is in the city limits, and with the county not owning the property, they're not wanting to put in financial into the building or infrastructure. They're going to provide the ambulance and the personnel at their expense. We would provide the building and storage. So that's why they're not going to.
Thank you. Yes, sir?
And Miller, just two quick comments. Talking about new construction in a store area. This is a perfect opportunity for the city to set the example of something that is keeping with the historic character and image that we're trying to project. Rendering we saw in all perspectives, pretty sterile. I understand there was the trying to keep costs down, but perhaps the city set an example with the architectural design. The other quick comment I have is our discussion about chief, fire station, ambulance station, sheriff's department. Again, keep that existing school back in mind. Tremendous opportunities there are for repurposing that space. Let's assume for a moment that all of those things discussed were located there. That property in the corner is surplus in cash for the city. That cash can then be invested on that property. So I would encourage a long-term view on such things.
Jim Stady, my sentiments exactly, of course. I would caution you anytime, these are federal funds. Sometimes federal funds are used and they affect the National Register of Historic Places. Citizens, the owners of those properties have a right by federal law to say these are impacted in an adverse way. And you can get into a whole different level of repercussions. From my perspective, it was not appropriate. I mean, Main Street, that close to Bethel Church, has a real opportunity to do something in the future. I think the main thing is some zoning and some planning for what we want to do with the city is where we need to go. Where do we want what city? I know it's available property, but that doesn't, that's the place. I don't know the relationship between the fire department and the ambulance, but there might be a better place. I'm not sure that was looked at other than was available. Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, that was just to build five bedrooms, literally 1,600 square feet. And that's what it came. I can only imagine.
To kind of address some of the questions, the discussion of school property has been addressed multiple times, and it is being discussed as we go further to utilize the school property for I've asked for that many times over different everything else as well. The ARPA funds, I think everybody needs to understand a lot of happens from COVID funds, and it has to be used for very specific items. It has to be for everything. Things like some infrastructure, emergency services, and as for different things. So it's very specific uses that money is used for, and we have a very limited time. So they have to be prudent how to spend that money and where it goes.
Thank you. Any other public discussion? And that's 1, 2.
Next item is to introduce something that came up in our strategic planning. Goal number 4 in our strategic plan: eliminate blighted properties. The strategy of that objective is to develop and adopt minimum maintenance standards. So I began researching other communities, getting examples of minimum maintenance standards, and what I found over and over again was they adopted the international International Property Maintenance Code. And it turns out the code is out there actually for adoption. Blanks where you fill in your community name. You can adopt it as a code for your community. It's in your packet. It's not giant, but it's thick. Just a single page copy. So the idea was to show that to you, put that in your hands, talk about it. We talked about adopting this. This is what it means. You have the option of we sit down and we comb through this and bring up items that you object to, or you can adopt it as a code. I think it's been pretty well vetted by other countries. But it's whatever your pleasure is. It addresses exterior and interior. The interior will be covered by the building code, the building inspector. We felt there was, as an example, an apartment complex, and we felt that it was unsanitary, uninhabitable. We don't have a rental inspection program. This would authorize the building official to go in and be able to say, the toilets don't work, or make those determinations, provide the tools for that, as well as this building appears to be abandoned, the screens are ripped out, the rain gutters are falling off, and the paint is chipping and falling off, so it provides us with a code to address those issues. That was the desire expressed during strategic planning. This would give you those tools to do that. Our recommendation would be to introduce to the community over time. We just notify people once it was adopted, and it wouldn't be a surprise. I think it'll be available on our website next to the subscription. People will be able to go online, click on it, and open it up. And once you felt maybe some period of time, 6 months or whatever, where we had this, we've adopted it, but we're just letting people know we have fix your gutters or whatever it might be, rather than, I don't recommend we instantly go to violations inside of people. So tonight's a kickoff of this discussion. They want to put it to a workshop. This is all we talk about. It's a lengthy document. It's a lot to talk about, but we've got to start somewhere. So that's what it's like.
I went through it, talk about stuff like that, but it didn't seem to address some of, I appreciated that it went for have everything to do about the build structure, as you said, all of that kind of stuff, but it didn't really have much to say about the lawns, that are, the grass are 10 feet high, the fences are falling down. It didn't really seem to be that detailed. Maybe it is, but it seemed to be more for the structural type areas of the building, even exterior parts of that. So, would this be in combination of some of the codes that we already have in place? Would this be what Pam now uses to move forward with to write codes, to write
this would be in addition to
what we have.
This would be so this deals specifically with structures and addition of the structure. And I'd have to look back again through it. I was looking at things like if all the paint is peeled off the building, and I dug for a while and I found it where it references the exterior is in a good condition.
Well, it was not anything, but we're looking at people, especially with the vacate stuff. So it's pretty thorough. Anyway.
No, I'm all right. You give us something, give us a start. Yeah, that basically is something. But it's good to start.
Well, I'm looking at electrical and plumbing and all, but we don't get inside the houses. So that would be,
The building official would be authorized to go in inspection.
I'm already in violation of my windows. So, you have to have all your windows out to be able to open. Mine don't open, they're 100, they're over 100 years old, so. I don't want to open them, fear that all the pages fall out. I'm just, Commissioner Diaz.
Well, this is something that this brings a potential solution to what I'm concerned about, which is, and Commissioner Banks mentioned it also, is that we don't seem to have sufficient standards to cite building owners until the building gets to the point of needing demolition. And I think Mr. Stady called it demolition by neglect. However, I looked at this code and I'm just a little concerned that it is so much, it's about 100 pages long. They revise it every year. And Charles said, well, we could look at it and we can choose what we want to adopt.
Well, I don't recommend that. You want to go through and strike references to windows.
But it is very, very detailed. And I mean, it even is down to the point of requiring a certain kind of deadbolt block. And I, again, with older houses and maybe a, an old window doesn't open, hopefully you have enough windows to open. I don't know, I'm willing to share this with the community, but I'm just wondering, isn't there code out there that would accomplish what we want without having 100 pages that I don't know how building owners can to deal with this. I mean, certainly the parts I like are that addresses buildings that provides pests, which are a danger to the rest of the community. House next to you, the termite eating, that's a danger to your house too, and everybody else. We have a terrible situation with wood rot. It addresses a building envelope that's secure from the weather, but maybe there's some other city codes out there. I know Tallahassee has one that would just be more simple, and as well, I think the point about rental homes is well taken. I noticed Palm Coast has a rental program where non-resident landlords have to sign up to the city, they pay a fee. I don't know, I just think this seems like maybe more than for property, but certainly I'm willing to get out there. I just don't see how we require people to do all of
I think it definitely deserves discussion. We already have established that we need to set some minimum maintenance standards. And so maybe we workshop this and determine what minimum maintenance standards we're looking to establish and how they're going to apply to property. So I would recommend that we table this at this time and send it to workshop. I can get a motion on that or not, but I'll second.
To a time certain or to table it till when?
We have time to figure, I guess that's another date that we would
Just add it to our list.
just add it to our list where we can discuss it on the 26th, set a date, time certain at that point. You wanna do that, you wanna add that to your,
It really not that.
26.
to add, and no, we're supposed to set dates on that day.
I thought you guys were pulling it according
well, we would hopefully,
to my notes.
hopefully, the city staff would get our whole list that might be available. My concern with setting this date is, we have to make
He's
sure.
supposed to poll us, but I thought we were gonna decide on the 26th after they polled us for our town.
Sure, but so we're gonna have a special meeting, but we also, budget is priority, have to get budget done. So to me, put this in line. But I mean, do we have to have a motion that we? That's it on the
We
26th?
have to, we don't have to. But I would think that I don't want to kick it down the road. I think we definitely need to discuss it. So if we can, if on the 26th, if he tells us, gives us dates and we say we don't want to discuss it until after the budget in October, then we can do that. But we can at least have that, we can have that on our calendars.
So do you want me to amend my motion, say that we will discuss a potential date for the minimum maintenance standards workshop and our special meeting on July 23rd?
Thank you.
I'll say,
We have a motion and second. Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. It's
What's the
late.
motion?
But we're tabling this at this time.
Right.
We're tabling it at this time, and we'll set the date. We'll set the date.
Mr. Burton, to your point, 302 on the floor. Exterior property
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. So moved.
yeah, we on that.
October.
We currently have no workshop scheduled. Just so you know.
Yes, but we have
We have a special meeting.
so we will have to have a budget.
We'll have two readings in September. You may want to call workshop. So the next
He's
item,
gonna poll, Commissioner Burton, he's gonna poll everybody. Give us some dates for the workshop.
so the next item is similarly an introduction. We had a conversation last month about our noise ordinance. You were speaking about our ordinance, the county's ordinance, without having to, right? So I provided both of those to you. Should you want to adopt the county ordinance or amend our ordinance, to sort of a kickoff of that discussion, we can get some direction from you. We're gonna leave our ordinance as is. We can do that as well.
Before we go any further, I will table this and wait until after October to discuss this, I suppose.
Okay, I have some comments. Okay. Come on. I'm sorry, my record, not yet. I'm gonna let them finish.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize Gary was.
Go ahead, Commissioner Vita.
Okay, good, so, thanks,
No, you
okay. First of all, personally, just getting two ordinances in our packet, I think this would have been more efficient to come to us in writing. The sheriff gave us a verbal discussion of recommending the county ordinance. He didn't really give a specific reply. So I went through and compared the ordinances, which really I don't feel that I should be called upon to do legal analysis of ordinances. But what I think I see is that the county ordinance is appropriate to unincorporated areas. It does not specifically have noise levels for residential areas. It uses the same point of measurement, property lines. The noise levels, and I do not care for this about the county ordinance. The county ordinance allows higher noise levels. And it does not at all satisfy residential areas. The lowest noise levels, which are 10 decibels higher than our residential noise levels, 65 versus 55, only apply for hospitals, nursing homes, schools, and courts. This is really an unincorporated area noise ordinance, and I'm not really in favor of it unless someone can tell me why it's better. Because it's not geared to a municipality like ours where you have mixed use, residential, commercial, all very close together. Our ordinance, I noticed, is a non-criminal violation, of course, going out of court. You might, do we need to address the enforcement mechanism? I'm not a sound expert. I can't really tell if there are significant differences, it looks to me like the way sound is measured is the same, so I don't really care for it because it's got higher noise levels and they're allowed to go on at all hours of the day and night. And I don't see why it does. So that's what I get out of it.
Thank you.
So what do you want us as a?
Well, that was exactly what I needed to hear. Other people concur, like ours is better. Let's just keep ours, because we were having a discussion of let's adopt the counties, and we didn't have those in front of us. So that's great feedback. If anyone else feels the same way, like ours is better. It's lower sound levels, the violations are closer together than in rural areas. The easiest for us to be would stick with our sound ordinance and of course our sound ordinance.
But do we have the right equipment?
We do. The sheriff's office has the just have to utilize it to measure the sound.
Yeah, he's correct. The noise meters are just like radars. They're state calibrated. So they're calibrated. Our noise meters work on city ordinance. We just need to take that extra care to make sure that the deputy remains cognizant. Is he just inside or just outside the city limits? Because the way it's done in the county is we use the receiving landline. Receiving landline is residential level of volume. So our noise meters will work fine. We would just have to make sure that our guys remain cognizant that on, another block down you're in the county, you're in the city, so they don't ever miss. I think it'll work.
And I understand that's why they did it, because there's a county where probably, so they didn't.
Yeah, we spent you may have remember what it is. We spent over a year, maybe 2 years in the county getting it. So it worked, good for the county. Because it again was based on that same language, that clearly audible and all that got announced. And then we went, so they may be higher than desired in the city, but no reason why we could force it. Like I said, it would just be use that new caution to make sure we use the receiving landlines noise volume will not be omitting landlines. The violation occurs on the receiving landline.
Well, yeah.
Sure.
We obviously have a problem. That's one of the big complaints I have a lot, the noise and noise. We've got down on South Summit, well, actually, Main Street, right near South Summit. They tend to have parties, and it gets very loud down there. I can hear you at my house, like they really want that.
Right.
So we have these issues. I know that when the deputies show up there, that they stop, and as soon as they drive away, and they know they're somewhere else in town, they start right back up again. What mechanisms could we put in place in our ordinance that would help us with that? I mean, after midnight, $1,000 fine. I mean, if there's anything that we can put in that you can see that could help us in taking care of some of this noise.
Part of that question, I think that I would, rely on the legal counsel, because one of the issues that we'll have is those noise meter readings are valid by the state's noise meter, certification that our guys all go through. It requires a 20-minute reading. So we have to have the noise in 5 minutes. Now, is there a way to sneak up on that property and do all of that? But the way when state certifies our noise meter operators, they're certified to look for a 20-minute reading. So there may be some options made in our approach. But again, I don't know if that's something that can address. So that's how we're operating in the county, making long readings. So that's something that we work differently down here, or is that just how we approach the sounds so that we don't give our presence away? Maybe to discuss.
I think that's the solution. Right now, we're just going there and telling them turn it down. The answer is you record it first, 20 minutes, then make the presence known and say you're in violation. Because technically they're not in violation, you don't know for a fact until it's been measured. That would be the first step, is actually sure.
But if they turn it down while you're there,
Well, you have to vet it before they do your
oh, okay. Good luck.
So they're just having a party and carrying on, you're measuring, then you make the process.
Right, you know, the challenge with all these ordinances, I'll just share this with everybody, so the ordinance is either civil in nature or criminal in nature. The caution would be when you make, or the ordinance is criminal in nature, like, your second violation is, whatever it is. And because it's criminal in nature, the defendant has a right to counsel. And they can't afford it because it's the ordinance, not a state statute. The city's responsible for paying counsel for that, either through your contractual agreement or whatever. So any criminal ordinance, if we arrest somebody or make a criminal charge or something that could result in their incarceration, they have a right to counsel. They can't afford counsel. The public defender doesn't come in. It's not a state statute violation. So this is something we dealt with the county. The county could be responsible for providing that defense counsel. So, but if you stay civil, there's goods and bads to it. You stay civil, and then they don't pay the fine. The ramification is all unclear. I'm not paying that fine. What's the ramification? So that's why ordinances are such a challenge all the time, and they just present all across the state a lot of issues. We do the best we can with whatever you decide, and I agree that I think that if they turn it down when we show up and just pick up the pattern, we just need to approach it more stealth, and see if we can get that free and question. The question is, according to the ordinance, what happens if they tear it up, throw it on the ground? Is there some backfill for when they don't pay the fine? That's one of the things we dealt with in the county, because especially dealing with commercial locations, we had one particular commercial location, I won't mention the name, that said you can sit there and write those all night long, and I will pay every one of them, but I'm not stopping the music because I made 10 times the money off of the payment than it cost me in those tickets. And so that would be incredible. And deputy can sit there and write them. They'll sit and go pay them all Monday. And it still didn't stop them. So they're a challenge, but we'll be happy to work with several things.
And I know we're not all municipalities, all counties have issues.
Yes, they do.
Everybody has issues. We're just trying to figure out the best way for us to.
Noise and leash law animal violations are the crutch to everybody out there.
And speed.
What's that?
And speed.
Absolutely.
Bobby, and what is, as far as with our fines? Keeping it with.
So I think the whole problem is what the colonel was talking about. It's enforcement. You try the best ordinance, the best sound ordinance in the history of the world. It all comes down to enforcement. The way we have it now is a class 3 fine. I think it's, and just like he said, there's no way for us to enforce it. The only way I could think that we ever can enforce it is to sell the debt to a collections officer, and then they can try to collect the debt if the person didn't pay it. Then you run into, if you make it criminal, not only the city is going to have to pay me, which I love to get prosecutors, I have no problem going out there and prosecuting noise violations, but the city would have to pay the person's attorney too over a noise violation. So I think it comes down to enforcement. I don't think there is a good answer.
If we set a fine though, that truly gets their attention. And what is that, how much is our class?
It's not, I don't know.
Okay, so we set a fine that truly gets their attention. Can we do that?
I can't do it.
So $500.
But then we need.
So you would have to make it criminal.
Well, I know, I guess, yeah, we could have it, but then you run into the same problem just because the money's more. If they don't pay it, it's the same.
Well, what avenues do we have? Can we go after people? They don't pay.
I mean, I guess you could.
I mean, I'm looking at, is there anything that we can do to put a little bit more teeth in our voice? That's basically what it is. So where people, it'll get their attention and they'll say, okay, we need to be more considerate of our neighbors. 10 o'clock, the noise needs to. So that's all I'm asking.
I mean, I think the way to do that would be a higher, more of a fine or making it criminal, but then you have making it criminal, or you increase the fine. I don't know if that really.
Well, I don't want to make it criminal. I'm not looking to make it criminal. That's what I'm asking. And then the commission amendments. Commissioner DeVito?
Yeah, two things. One, it occurred to me when I was going through this, that, and based on what Colonel Wells said, that maybe we should have cheat sheets for special provisions, the various ordinances that we're asking, the sheriff's office to, attend to. And as well, I don't know, option, it to me, this is the kind of thing that would be more effective, maybe for our city attorney to talk with the sheriff's office about offline, options, whether we can do a combination of civil and criminal, and basically upping it to a criminal offense after, for repeat violations or violations that aren't paid. And I don't really want to discuss it right now. I'm just throwing that out there. And our city attorney back, but maybe a few more options about how to do better. And then we'll talk about it at the next.
I know you cannot, if somebody doesn't take it.
Well, but I mean, I don't know. I don't want to know now. We got more stuff to do on the agenda. I'm just saying, can bring back to us in memo form anything that we might.
Commissioners, at this time, are we satisfied with our current ordinance as it stands? That's where we are. I will. So if somebody wants to make a motion on this, you do need a decision.
Some direction. Stay with our.
But right now, we're going to stay with our. That would be my. So can we have a
I
motion?
move that we stay with our current notice ordinance.
Okay, this time I'm gonna open it up for public comment.
My name is Sarah for Chestnut Street, and I may be confused here, but I don't understand why we're the city ordinance at this point when the state just passed a law on July 1st.
It's,
That's regarding the
that's for the
automobiles.
cars.
Oh, okay.
We have any, yes,
Yeah, Jason, I still through South Prospect. Can that time frame be changed, or is that a state statute? That was my question. Did we change the time frame down to 5 minutes for the city?
That's something I would want to research. I know that the statute requires in order to find someone to be certified voice meter operators, and that's the way our certifying body has us. But I can check on that to see if there's some options there for you, Mr. Diggins. And this is something I certainly made Mr. Sharp available to you. I have some questions on how you think, with our general counsel, how you want to go. I'll make sure he's available. Yeah, I'll get you the answer on that. That may be.
any other public comment at this time? Being the commissioner, we have a motion and a second, all in favor, say aye. Aye. So moved. Move on to the budget. It's my understanding, Charles, you're presenting the budget tonight just and for the public to be able to,
Yes, to provide you input.
yes, to provide us with input.
We've had workshops on the budget, and it's very preliminary still. We're still waiting on some of the state revenue sharing numbers. And then in your workshops, you had some things you wanted me to add to the budget as well. And so we put those in, and I'll show you tonight where we are with that. And you can take public comments or ideas of things that maybe of interest to the public. So our budget is comprised of basically 6 funds. There's a general fund, we have 3 enterprise funds: gas utility, water fund, wastewater fund, and we have the penny tax better place fund, and our CRA, Community Development Agency fund. So this is kind of how those general funds break out. And this one, this is ad valorem, and this large one over here is the DOT grant we've applied for. We don't know if we've got that yet, so this may change. And then again, how our expenses. This large one is streets. It's sort of bloated because of the $650,000 grant we applied for. Sort of overemphasizes that department. Otherwise, law enforcement and finance and admin are the 2 larger departments in the city. So this is the fund. We anticipate our current estimate for revenue is 2.6 million. We have a commission budget of 62,627. That went up just a little bit. We transferred in the that budget line of funds for other organizations. We put it in the commission budget. Finance and administration 472. Legal counsel has remained the same, $1,000. Utility billing and customer service 251. Planning and zoning 40,000 down. We hope to have wrapped up our land development code and our codification of all ordinances. Other government general 103,000, and then law enforcement remains the same 494. Those are actually combined. Law enforcement is within our other government general. But I like to break them out here. Fire control budget 164 411. Our code enforcement 49,719. Streets, again, this is includes a $650,000 FDOT grant to pave some of our dirt roads, 909,000, and then parks and recreation 130,000, for a total of 2.7 million, which you see we would need $102,838 in reserves to balance this budget. So this included put some money in, talk about the demolition of vacant houses if necessary, for a grant writer, potentially a contract with a grant writer service, potentially participating with our neighboring communities in a lobbyist, maybe the three of us go in together without really knowing what those would cost. So there's a number of the things that brought up in the workshops puts us at this number. So, and again, tonight, I think we're going to hear some more suggestions what to add to the budget, and we'll take that into account, and then we'll come back to you in August with potential cuts to balance the budget. We anticipate having all of our state revenue numbers by then, know what our revenue is going to be, and then you'll have some decisions to make as we continue to trim this format. First reading will be in September. We'll make changes at that reading, last minute changes, and then second reading, a special meeting in September. You have to hold those meetings together for adoption. So looking at the gas utility, we're in better shape this year. We increased our base rates. Right now, we're estimating 731, almost 732,000 revenue. Expenses not quite the same, so we have a little bit of a fund balance. That fund is still in Jeff's general fund, about $80,000. So that's also need to take that into consideration. The water utility fund, not much of a fund balance. This is again an estimate of revenues. We're currently having all of that reviewed. Our rate, doing a rate study, and as well as just financial consultant looking over our revenues and reserves for water. Our wastewater utility fund.
I'm sorry, do you want to talk about that?
We did a rate study back in 2018, that's all, and was recommended a cost of living increase, not done. So I anticipate the results of this study will be at least a cost of living increase. Back then, the cost of living increase was 2.8 or so. Currently, cost of living would be a 9.9% increase. The cost of living is up. So we plan on having those results for you. Our intention is the August meeting. You'll see that part of what will pass in September is an ordinance with rates and fees and so forth that we may need. Our Better Place plan, really just a lot of placeholders. We expect we'll have new revenue of $186,180 and a fund balance of almost $700,000. So this is for capital projects in the community. So I just have expenditures with, last year you wanted to keep a fund balance of 127,000. So I just plug these numbers in. We'll come back to you with some more projects, or at least maybe classified as park improvements, infrastructure, kind of categories. So as projects come up, and we haven't thought of now, we'll have fun. And then our CRA, and this is changes almost daily, certainly weekly. So in our central CRA, we expect new revenue of a little over $91,000. And our carry forward amount, I put an asterisk there because that changes every time we pay a bill. So in a CRA, you have to show the remaining funds. You notice in the general fund, we don't talk at all about what's left from this year. We'll add that in November. But in this fund, you have to designate all your funds. So we're going to continue to estimate the rollover, to figure our expenses. But right at this moment, when we created this, we estimate we have 206,000 next year for the central, 159.9 for the north, and 26.6 for the south. So I think those numbers will go down, and we'll have an update for you both in August and then again in September when we come back to Josh. So this just shows all the funds. General fund is relatively neutral. Natural gas fund, we see an increase with what we were hoping for. Water and sewer, all about the same. CRA is a little bit less, and we would expect that. We're beginning, we had a large carry forward, we're beginning to use that up now as we become active. Our Better Place shows a large increase. We have a lot left over from this year. We had a lot of projects come in way under budget. Really great things. And then the reserve here, what this represents, last year, the official reserve was $1,029,000 and some change. What I'm recommending to you when I read back to you is a flat $1 million reserve. That we know that's the line. That's our called a hurricane fund. It does take FEMA a long time to reimburse us. One sort of summary to show you. In 2021-22, our revenue is 1.9 million. This year I said it's 2,600,000. That includes the FDOT grant, and then the FERDAP grant. We won't get reimbursed until we've spent all the money, so we'll actually get that back next fiscal year, money we spent this year. So the income is really not that much different in last year and this year. So that's you'll see by recommending essentially keeping the millage rate the same. So tonight is an opportunity to you have further input on the budget and take public comment, public input.
Thank you for the grass. Hi.
Good.
Yeah, I have a question about Revitalization Plan. So, because you've seen we have quite a few things that we generally need to spend on. My question is, would we be able, in addition to CRA funds, spend Better Place Plan funds on renovating property?
Private property.
Or public property?
Yeah, we'd have to own it. I looked up because I was concerned what we could spend it on. It's for capital improvements. And so, for instance, we couldn't do a master plan, have a better place. But it would need to be, basically the idea is it's for our capital projects, equipment and facilities, city owned. Then like in the CRA, you're not supposed to spend it on city facilities. Anything that would normally be general fund would be spent on, but
The requirement of capital or equipment?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Input, questions? Okay. Sure.
I think you'll ask the question. Yeah.
I'll go ahead. Raise your hand and go ahead. Any public comment?
Love the charts. Much better than the spreadsheets. The question was, Diane's actually, the spreadsheet. 400 and something we're paying for finance department?
Finance and administration.
That's that's Charles, that's.
So that's myself, deputy clerk, accounts payable, payroll HR, as well as our clearing contract.
Okay, so it's not just about, it's what I have,
No, oh, no. It's all in administration and finance department.
Good evening, Danny Miller. Here representing our 138 and counting members of the Fruitland Municipal Historical Society. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to present the budget. Thanks to those first orders that stuck it out. This is running late. Real quick, kind of stepping back. Two things that our missions of society try to accomplish. One is to be a principal repository and resource for electric history of our freedom. And we got a good start on that with our archives. That's about preserving the memories and the artifacts. And that's important. That's nice, but it's only part of what we feel is important. The second major element is that we advocate preservation of historic sites and structures. We've already made some good progress on this in partnership with the city. Thank you, concerned citizens, Jim Steggy, progress on it, which is a start. We recently met with Jeff Rudd at his church, and which is eminently correct. And we found that this is perhaps the oldest structure in Crescent City. It's a jewel, it's a treasure, and it's something we're really excited about working on, preserving for our community and for the future. And of course, no surprise, we're hopeful that we'll be successful at saving our historic 1956 school, or perhaps having purpose through so much opportunity. And why is all that? Our built heritage creates the sense of place and context for establishing, promoting the historic character of the community. Our land between basic ocean very historic preservation. Just had a lot of conversation about historic preservation inside our historic district science firm in the media. So we're here tonight to speak to critical necessity for a well-planned, professional historic preservation program in Crescent City that supports and reinforces the community's goals. So with that, I'll hand it off to our Vice President, Jim Stegman. I'll brag on him. He's a licensed architect, 40 years experience, and has a master's degree in historic preservation. And so he's uniquely qualified to speak to why historic preservation is just good business. It's good for our future.
And state 42 150 Road. I don't need to tell you the history of this town, but 1880 to 1925, it really established itself. It reached its heyday about that. Most of it's what we all look to is the high point. I'm speaking like sure I could say that for the I know that there are significant features of town as well. After that, in Depression, we had World War, we had a whole new post-war brought in a whole new kind of architecture style. Franchising became new. Just was a different world after. So when we look at Crescent City and what makes it important, we go back to 1925, 1980. That period in there. All the houses, primarily, almost all the houses, made of wood. That's what the local material was we could get. Not very good for termites and wood rot. It takes maintenance. You can't just love them, you got to do something. In about 1995, I think we had a mayor that
promoted the National Register of Historic Places, and we established that. 214 buildings or sites in the historic district, from roughly Orange to Magnolia, I guess it is. That's critically important. That is something that not everyone has. We are on the National Register. The past that was approved by the National Park Service, Department of the Interior, State Department in Florida. 144 buildings were not contributed that year. In other words, they were built soon. In the last, since that time, 5 years, we've probably lost 10% of those. And right now, probably another 10% easily are threatened. So what we're losing right now is our core value for this town. It's going away. And there is nothing in the National Register listing that gives us any protection. That's just a gold star. All that says is, 35 years ago, all those houses got a nice little gold star and it's wearing off. So there's no protection. And what we need, and every one of these discussions tonight, we're not thinking about the long-term vision of how to build value in this town. And the way to do it is to focus back on our historic and get started on a real program. Thinking that there, I know you're about to remind me.
I was not. I was just gonna say more time,
Well, we have some specifics in mind as far as, Danny, I don't know if you were going to speak to that. Okay. Well, I can see by time.
how much time do you think that you're gonna,
I'll try to make.
commissioners are good with this?
I'll try to make. Thank you, guys. So there's a lot going on here. Vital CRA and historic preservation is an important element of that. Actually, we have a Main Street program application and historic preservation is fundamental foundational principle for that. The comp plan is being reimbursed. We've had a comp 7 years. And it provides for historic preservation, but there's no historic preservation scheme or custom flat for implementation. Then ultimately, like aspired and certified local government, which as I understand it, maximizes our flexibility, our opportunity for grant dollars and outside funding. That presupposes a historic preservation plan. So we've got all these things going on, but something we're missing, something very important, a historic preservation plan. So what's the solution? I'll never bring in a problem or an opportunity without a solution. We recommend that a historic preservation focused firm, it's a very unique specialty, be engaged to thoroughly the city's existing comp plan, the existing historic preservation tools, and to determine the steps that are necessary to gather the preservation group. We all have received, I believe, a proposal from Preservation Design Partnership. Now, since learned, Charles, that he's going to have to go, there's a necessity for RFP for this kind of thing. But this proposal is still very informative, particularly since we're considering budget line. A little bit about PDP. They're nationally recognized firm. The local lead is Jenny Wolf, Southern Government the recent Historical Society meeting. She's the former preservation officer of the city of St. Augustine. I think they'll all agree. St. Augustine's done a remarkable job of leveraging their historic character. And she's also, by the way, current president of Florida Trust for Historic Preservation. Preservation Science Partnership, she ultimately chosen as one of the best in business. They work with national trust sites, UNESCO sites. They advise the 11 historic districts for the city. We're very fortunate to have attracted their attention. We have a small piece of business, but we've got their attention. and it's primarily includes Jim's network of contacts. So, their proposal includes their collect data, extensively investigate our historic preservation strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Try to understand what are the goals of the city. Given all that, we'll deliver a written report outlining recommendations to implement those preservation goals that the city's established, and providing recommendations for preservation projects. Once they're given the go-ahead, they will commence within 30 days. That costs $10,000. So what's the budget, kind of budget consideration? There's $10,000 for initial analysis and the delivery. But for that $10,000, we only evaluate kind of where we are, make recommendations for what we might do to accomplish the broad goals the city set forth. So we have to recognize the historic preservation plans process. The next step would be to create the actual historic preservation plan for the city with necessary mechanisms in place to achieve the goals of the plan. That all depends on the scope that is dictated by the city. I'm recommending that a $25,000 placeholder be put in the budget for that piece. It's particularly important that these two steps be done in rapid succession, no lag in between, so we can maintain the project and move forward as expeditiously as possible. It's much needed historic preservation plan in place. So, bottom line, here's the answer. That you, as a big number, budget $35,000 for historic preservation consultant, budget line item. And then, so to be in a position to hit the ground running the budget year, we'd ask the city manager to go ahead and develop an RFP. So we can do all that preliminary work, identify its best, and on October 1st, be in a position to this. I know some will perceive this as this is something fun. I would suggest that this is very much this is a hard investment in our community again to kind of provide that overarching unified vision for everything else we're trying to accomplish with our Main Street program, CRA, etc. And so that's kind of it in a nutshell. I appreciate your indulging us this time, and be happy to entertain questions that you may have. Sure.
Commissioners, you have, okay.
And would y'all be able to help very putting in President like go back to church and then on Cedar Street. Yeah, now it's the oldest church, I understand, in got floated over from Little Birmingham.
It's a remarkable story. It's the kind of thing that tracks for everybody.
What if we could restore that and make it jewel right down? What if it was restored to architectural standards? And we get the congregation behind us, Kathy back there. And what if everything for the city as a whole is unified as city around projects like
as we move forward through a historic preservation kind of process, and we can demonstrate in grant applications that we're serious about this. We've got our game on. We can get this done. It's going to take outside to do that. A solid historic preservation. Let me ask you questions.
And the next one is to the city manager of the city. Can the city actually do that?
Do the
Yes. I think I heard you mention something like that. Before it came up.
to hire a firm to
to invest money in that whole.
In the historical society.
Society.
We can spend general funds, the general fund budget for, a consultant for a plan. Just like we could create a master parks plan or actually a redevelopment plan, we spend redevelopment funds on that. This would be general revenue, general funds, because it is larger, it's a larger area than CRA. So that'd be how we would do it. We would put out an RFP for a consultant, that we want a analysis and a preservation plan. Then we would choose somebody and they would do the plan for us, and we would pay for it out of the general fund. We couldn't pay for it out of the Better Place or the CRA, we could pay for it out.
I have a question. Actually, the CRA encompasses a large part of the Port District. Could the CRA pay its share, proportionate to, its, proportionate to the part of the CRA that was.
I believe so, yes.
So in other words, we could do part and part. And then the comment I have, really, you have a great heritage here, but if you look around the ones that invest in preserving their historic building, they raise their property value, they raise the prosperity of those. Every single historic district in Florida, where I used to live, and I think Cheryl Dayton came from one of the most expensive and lovely historic districts of high country. It has paid huge dividends. I'm not suggesting that we play $1 million home. But I think that it would be very helpful in adding to our value and stopping this part. You're doing very well.
And I don't usually like to put money into situations like this because I'm kind of tight. But I think this is eminently important that we invest in what's going on. I was so surprised at your open house. I'm sorry, my voice is about going. The number of people you had down. Good, please. And the organization that was going on. I don't think this is superfluous. I'm going to make a motion that we go ahead for 35,000 into this proposal.
Thank you.
I second.
We have a second. Further discussion?
Okay, so this is gonna be coming out of general fund. So $35,000. If we say yes, that's spent money.
Well, I was gonna ask for clarification, because put this in the budget, the budget's.
Initially 10,000.
No, it's a total of
I know.
35.
The 35 total, so there's the 10,000 and you're asking for the additional 25.
Yeah,
And
as
this
a
10,000
placeholder, because the scope of work has to be developed to get that second step.
So
not
this
to
is,
exceed.
so this is a
Yes.
study, and then that 25, what does that 25,000, additional 25?
The 10,000 is for to determine the scope, the 25 is to follow through on the scope and develop the plan.
We have a plan in hand.
They have to evaluate everything the city has done thus far, take a look at inventory. Speak with the city manager and all determine what the goals of the city are. So everything's tailored to the city's needs. And that $10,000 gets in work with, okay, this is what we found, and this is what we recommended that will help you to achieve the goals that you outlined.
I think we need to be very clear here and transparent. That does not, that's just for your plan, your assessment, your plan. That is not to do anything.
Physical.
Right,
Nothing physical.
No.
So I know, I just want to make sure that we
Understand that.
that we understand that, and that this is
And like an
not.
architect's essential, only it's a preservation.
But I'm looking at all of our all funds up here and they're already all spent. So I guess we're gonna take $35,000 out of our general fund somewhere to support this. Is that what I understand? So $35,000 is gonna have to be taken out somewhere of our general fund in order to support this. Is that correct? So I think we need to talk more about this than just make a motion, I think, to go ahead and do it without discussing the whole general fund.
Could I amend?
Additional Westwood update.
She's saying I have to.
Yeah, she would have to amend it. You can't amend it. We're gonna have to address that motion.
Well, I think I can make an amendment and vote on the amendment.
You can do that,
Okay,
but not
so,
make an amendment to.
yes, so my amendment was to alter the motion to say that we pursue, funding $35,000 total, or as I said, pursue, investigating, where we could,
Out of fund.
right, out fund, which proportionately from CRA budget and the general fund, that's appropriate. That we pursue this as we go.
You're already on, carrying forward right now.
You have to select a firm. You can put qualifications on that selection, like up to X amount. I mean, whatever gets you to where you want to go. We're estimating $35,000 is our best estimate on how to get to the end. But I mean, if you don't have the money, you can't spend it. So,
Yeah, I mean,
but
That's all.
not that we don't want to, it's not, I
Yeah,
don't want to fund
it's-
everything, it's just you have to be.
But you wanted our best estimate, that's what it is. That's what it's gonna take.
I'm not sure if that amendment, I almost, I mean,
You can accept that as a final,
she could,
but I mean, I don't know if that covers it. I mean, I would support Judy's motion, just, find the $35,000, but we don't have the budget for it. So that's why I said pursue.
Very good.
so
We
you
can
would,
move to put it into the mix, so I come back to you with a list of potential cuts, and projects. This would be included, as were the items you all brought up at the workshop, that I added in, so create this
and then we would have to.
list and a goal, and so what's gotta give to balance this budget, this would be in that list.
And it might be that you come in at 35,000. We really only do 25,000. But with this motion, she had that ability. We have that ability.
I want a clarity, she's saying this is in the budget, at the end, no matter what else we have to cut.
That's a concern of mine.
That's a big concern of mine too, but I'm thinking if we had, the surplus, that we could do some CRA and some surplus. That is,
So my intention is to develop sort of a list of the one-time expenditures, that are non-recurring. This will be on that list. We cut that down so that we balance the budget, understanding that in November, I'll come back to you and say, well, the year we just closed out, revenues were over expenditures, and we rolled over what I call rollover, $147,000. Now, what do you want to put back in the budget from this list that we chopped in September that was important to you, and we now have, we don't budget with that rollover in mind, and it's a reality. Years past, we just put it in the reserve, and I guess you didn't.
Right now, she has an amendment on the table, so we need to address that. Either you get a second or your amendment dies. So, and then we would go back to Judy's original motion, and she could amend that, so. So do we have a second to Commissioner DeVito's amendment?
Yeah, I second.
Well, that's why I'm not sure it was,
I
because
don't
I
think
think
it was.
it's more of a motion, it wasn't necessarily a
So,
sentence or.
I think the legal limitation of what the commission can do tonight is to have a placeholder. We can't make a motion to go give them money right now. It's not advertised as that.
That
So I
was
think-
not my motion. My
I'm
motion
not,
to pursue putting this into our budget mix. And the thing, the budget mix, we can't vote we can't put, I'm clarifying what my motion is.
And let's let him finish and ask you something.
so I think that's what it should be. I wouldn't address it anything specifically, I don't know why. Is that the limitation should be, there's a placeholder in the budget, or then ultimately get approved of the process.
So do you want me to rescind my motion and make it with those words?
Commissioner DeVito.
Right.
Well, I was offering, I'll withdraw my amendment. And I'm trying to offer it as a friendly amendment to that's where we want to be. So I'm happy to withdraw mine and let Judy restate.
All right, I move that I'm sorry, I rescind my original motion and I move that we look into the budget for a $35,000 possible placeholder to move forward with the historical preservation plan.
That makes sense. Okay, so now we have a motion, a proper motion in the second.
Yeah, I put my second back.
And you put it back there. Oh, I gotta do it on Monday.
Yeah.
Put it in there, I pull it back out. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion on this? All in favor, say aye. Aye. So, thank you.
And if your public works department, I have a 60-foot wall that will fix just so Baptist, on top of the lot.
The lawn is fair. The lawn, that's gonna be, he'll have to know that. The lawn is in this. So do we have any further public comment at this time on the budget? Anybody have anything else to say? With that, I'm gonna, seeing nobody come forward, I'm gonna go ahead and close public comment. Okay.
Next item.
So the next item.
So the next item
We
is
need to go back though, and we've got
the
to
millage
issue whether or
resolution.
not it's 22, which is 2205, resolution 2205. Took it out of order.
A resolution of the commission of the city of Crescent City, Florida, setting the maximum village being BR 420 certification of taxable value. Tax street. So Mayor, this is our annual job to set up not to exceed. You can always lower it after this, but you cannot be able to raise it. Last year you set it at the existing millage rate. This year it is rounded up to 8.6. But we have
Yeah,
to.
we
set
have-
up
This is a
a maximum.
We always do that in July. Yeah, you have to.
It's a resolution, yeah.
We just can't, we can't ever raise it once we set that, we can lower it, but we never can go over, so you have to kind of put it where you think it's
Or higher.
or higher.
So I'm recommending just a little above the existing 6, just a round number. Last year you adopted the same
And what was that?
8.5.
8.595.
I think it's, yeah, 8.598.
So you're suggesting 8.6?
Just round it up, knowing that my recommendation ultimately would be keep the same millage rate. So you can lower it back down.
Okay, so you, or,
Yes, just can't go up.
so I mean, who said 10? So lower back down. I'm just.
You could, no,
It's good, but that's how. it-
yeah,
Just- I see.
you could set it at 9, whatever.
Yeah. I just want to make sure.
8.6. So he's just rounding it up. Okay. Do we have any, other comments? Commissioner DeVito, please.
I was going to make a motion on front principle, I prefer that we, set the north rate for exactly what it is. I do not want to do it. Yes. But we're really not intending. I'm willing to make a motion that the north rate or the kind of, budget factor.
Okay, so we have a motion to set it where it currently says, we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion. To second. I'm gonna open up,
I have to redo the resolution.
it's gonna change the resolution, that's gonna be a problem. Okay. Do you have any public comment on this?
So how much is what it was, 8.59, what's a point zero
It's a
one?
perception.
And it's like nothing.
I know, it is, but it's a perception. I mean, I understand what Charles is saying, just to make it easy, just go ahead and round it up, knowing that we're probably gonna come back in. What she's saying is she doesn't want that to be perceived that we're in any way going to raise our millage. That's perception. So we have a motion and a second, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Okay.
Okay, now we're on to consideration of inspection services and construction services. I put these together. These are for the relocating our gas line for the expansion of US 17. Selected contractor, inspector, and a contractor. I'm going to pass out after I sent out your packets. The contractor proposed some little changes which are in blue. We've been negotiating with them, removed one of them. This is, I'll go over them, just a little tweaks. Our attorney has been involved. Get you in with these. The first one, the top of the first page, just adding a limited liability company rather than corporation. Second page, top of the page, adding plus all costs related to city's early termination without cause. Then a little bit further down, contractor warrants that all services shall be performed by skilled and competent personnel. We're adding in accordance with industry standards rather than to the highest professional standards in the field. That is just standard language. Page 3 of 7, top of the page. And actually, it's above it too. Striking satisfactory in all respects to the city. That's without reference to their general liability insurance. And that was the last change. And our attorney has reviewed that and is good with those changes. Our recommendation is to approve the contract, both agreements, so that we can proceed with the project.
Commissioners, do you have any questions?
So make a motion. Each have a contract separately or
Good one motion.
okay, I move that we accept, both contracts for inspection services and construction. With the construction services contract being with the changes that were handed out and well.
There's a motion in second. Do we have any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. So moved. Election for compensation.
Next item is consideration of our staff ranking for responses to our request for proposals for a compensation study. We put out an RFP to analyze our compensation and benefits package. In the city, we have 2 respondents, Cody and Associates and Evergreen Solutions. We allowed a budget of $10,000 for the study. Coding Associates came in at $7,500. Evergreen Solutions came in at $11,000. Both firms, I think, were capable. Their proposals are in your packet. Staff recommends entering an agreement with Coding Associates to conduct the study.
Well, I have a question. I'm having a little quick. Actually, I thought the more expensive one made the better. And, I mean, basically it's 11,000 versus 7,500. It's actually about $3,500 higher. It's almost 50% higher. But, what I liked is that Evergreen gave specific clients that they had served. They actually offered references. They specifically said they had done this in small cities, including Apalachicola and Canal. Apalachicola is right about our population size. They gave a specific timeline of when the funds were payable. It really concerns me that Cody, the less expensive firm, just said we charge $7,500. They didn't say when you have to pay what. Evergreen said it's a third, start, middle, completion. Evergreen, the more expensive firm, had a tighter turnaround time, 2.5 months max versus 4 months for the smaller firm. They gave better resumes with their staff. So, I'm just saying, you feel confident that Cody, nevertheless, is just as good firm as well.
I think so. My goal was to stay within the budget that you all approved. And if you want to approve Evergreen, that's your prerogative.
And that's $3,500 more, but I guess what I'm really looking for from you is, for sure, you tell your work that they've done, will they, can you nail down when we're supposed to pay what and all that kind
I can nail that down with Cody Associates.
So I guess, I'm sorry, and I asked 2 questions. I didn't wait for you to answer the first part. Do you know of their work and really feel confident that they will do what they say?
I'm familiar with Cody Associates. Did a study while I was in Newport Richie. Newport Richie is now doing another study. They've switched to Evergreen. That's where I got the name of those firms. Reached out to them. They couldn't give me they're not finished with Evergreen Solutions, so they couldn't tell me how it was. Cody Associates, and obviously they weren't happy because they went with Evergreen. We were happy with the study that we saw it. I don't know what the problem was. I think they're both very competent firms, and I'd be satisfied with either one. I was trying to stay within your budget.
And were they objective? Money is not.
Can I ask, City of Bushel, I wonder if they did that, just to see how it came out. Now, I looked at this, and some of these with Evergreen, they had some smaller ones, but they had some larger ones too. I just want to make sure that whoever we go with take into consideration size, what we're dealing with, size part.
One more question. So, Charles, was this, this part of our or and publicize it?
I did put it out through our usual avenues. Both of these firms, they had submitted previously, but it was too long ago. I want to make sure their proposals were same. Evergreens did go up from their previous bill back in December. So did put out the RFQ. I sent it to them directly. I had submitted previously. See any others.
Right. So I'm saying people have the opportunity. Or
Yes.
companies have that. Okay.
Once we go through the survey, and they find that we don't care. First, our general, appreciate, say, people that, really know that I think, that, what are you really gonna, what are they really gonna tell us? What's, once it's all said and done, you're gonna give us definition, so it's about details, what are we doing?
Yeah, that's really what I'm interested in is the analysis. So for instance, in our utility billing, I think we have a manager position and we have customer service. I think we really have a assistant manager position there. And so I want that analysis to see if we really, she's misclassified and
So now,
underpaid.
well, if she is well, let's say she's open, if she's not really interested, then what do you do?
Well, I can't imagine she's overpaid.
I'm just
Yeah.
suggesting.
So I want that kind of analysis of our positions properly classified, particularly in preference we have people in positions that in other communities would require a degree as an example.
Yeah.
So how's our pay compared to that? Those positions being filled, someone without a degree. Recently created a supervisor position in public works, work with our crews. Was that position adequately compensated, and should that be compensation for a community of our size? And so that's really what I can get studies from thing and comparisons, but the analysis of our equal, partly, and then it gives us some sensible, like I come back to you in a year, I want to bump up payroll significantly. There's a basis for it. It's not like I just feel good about folks. I don't know. We get to see if they'll.
But anyway, I don't think so. I'm just saying, though, that I just want to.
I reached out to other city managers that it's a waste of money. I said, no, you need to do this every 3 years or so. Just get you back up. Either your pay is good or you need to raise your pay and be competitive.
I just want to make sure, you know, that, because I have my feeling is that everything. You know, said, approved a raise last year. Raise. And, but anyway, that's neither here nor there. So I'm just saying that. So how long is it going to take for them to do this?
I believe it was.
2.5 months for coding and 4 months maximum for, no, I got it backwards. 4 months maximum for the cheaper one coding and 2.5 for the more expensive.
We need, you can look at the news, see shortage of always on. So we need to try to pay the people to keep them. I work for about 40 years. I got paid good. And they kept it. So I'm for paying people for what they were. The cost of living is steady going up.
Did they say why they, Evergreen, why they went up in cost from December? I mean, everything's gone up in cost, but how did they say why? And how much
No.
did they go up in cost?
They did call me and ask if this study included benefits. I said yes. So I suspect the previous submission was not look at our benefits package.
Okay.
That's just my suspect.
Yes. So Charles, my understanding, this is pay and classification. Is that right?
Yes, they'll look at the titles we have, classify, properly classified. Example I gave is, our customer service, really our assistant manager.
So, but I'm saying they're gonna look at job titles and
Yes.
how we describe our job to make sure that those are correctly done as well.
Yes,
And of course, we're not obligated to, I mean, if we don't have the money to pay it, right?
correct. We don't have to change title. And they'll recommend, say, in the industry, this job is usually called this. So we may make those changes.
It does have, I mean, like Evergreen, they have various things that people interact with them. I just wonder if
They're a national firm. They're a bigger firm. I wasn't surprised they were more expensive. Just went over my account.
okay. Did you make a motion?
I do not know. I'm hoping someone else would make a motion.
I make a motion to go forward with. Cody's
I'll second.
You have a motion and a second. Carl, you feel you're comfortable with code that
Yeah.
sometimes they get so that's all. Make sure.
I am, and we get a contract for them. I'll make it clear. They don't feel they can do that.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So moved. Fluctuated. It was on 78. When I got up at the beginning of the meeting, it was on 78.
When Barbara was all hoping that was.
Maybe I
No, those secretaries and then the more people that keep. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Then the next item, I know it's late. Don't indulge me. My annual performance evaluation is coming up next month, so I've included an evaluation. I'm sorry?
First Street.
That's the CRA.
Yeah.
That's
That's okay. They haven't gotten there yet.
So, so I've got a review form for you in there that you can fill out. I ask that you bring those back in the next couple of weeks, provide them to the mayor so she can tally up and provide a summary for you and report to you next month. I wanted to go through real quick what I've been able to accomplish in the last year. I went back and found my presentation from September where I talked about what was done before I got here, what was underway, and what was next. So I just going to quickly go through. Back in September, we were determining how to allocate the American Rescue Act funds, which we did. We finished, actually, continue that tonight. We were contracting to codify our ordinances, and we did that. Workshopping the ambulance station question, which we're still working on tonight. Workshopping our park signs. I put that yellow. That's still, we're getting those fabricated, so that's not quite complete. Designing renovation for City Hall. We did come up with a conceptual design for the entire building. We did issue an RFQ for planning services and selected a firm. We did an RFP for marketing and branding and selected a firm. Completing the IT upgrades, we're still completing that, so I'll make that yellow. Implementing the finance department recommendations, again, that's still ongoing. Proceeding with the FERDAP fund improvements to Fletcher Park, we're still doing those. We did launch Edmonds for utility building. We're improving the landscaping at City Hall and catching up on landscaping maintenance citywide. So then I said, what was next? So now we look back at how to go. Develop and adopt a strategic plan. We adopted a 5-year strategic plan. Hire a CRA Main Street manager. Christina Hyde is doing a great job. Facilitate the start of the Main Street program. That organization is operational and completing the application, just received their 501c3 status, and are moving forward and growing. Complete the updated comprehensive plan, that has been completed. Complete the codification of our ordinances and have them available online, that's nearing completion, I expect that for the end of the fiscal year. And then contracting with a planning firm, we did contract Mark Red as our planner, representing Zeb Cohen. They are in the process of reviewing and updating our land development code and reviewing and updating our architectural design standards. And then they handle other duties as assigned. For promotion, implement a contract for branding, we did that, have our new brand adopted, as well as creating a downtown branding and marketing plan, which we're implementing. And then the items, the specifics of that plan, I just have in yellow: pole banners, wayfinding, web presence. Those are ongoing. I do want to show you. We've got our banners came in. So we have a sunrise, which will go on the east side of the street. And sunset in Crescent City, which will go on the west side of the street. We have 20 for each side of the street. Those will be out on the highway in the next week or so.
Oh, well, you might, it's Crowell still living there.
Yes, ma'am.
You might tell Captain Ashby that, you know, take extra control because people be going like this back and forth. And they go around something trying to steal.
Facilitate the production of new and ongoing special events. That's been happening over the last year, and providing branding elements and assist in promoting those events. And then facilitate the downtown organization's promotion of the work plan. They just adopted their plan that will be submitted with their application for Main Street status. On the physical environment, regulatory environment, increasing landscaping maintenance, that's really an ongoing. Repairing irrigation, enhancing landscaping, that will probably never end. Applying for funding for water, wastewater, septic for our projects. So we have a grant application in for $4.5 million for gas that was submitted for us by Water and Gas. And we have an application in, which we worked on tonight, for a water line on Main Street. Design improvements at City Hall, done that. Now we're looking to try to implement those over time. Implement facade improvements downtown, done that process, and that'll be ongoing. Complete the codification, I mentioned this before, that's hopefully complete soon. And then contracting with a planning firm, I repeated those here with part of the regulatory environment. And then finally, economic vitality, implement facade improvements downtown, that's underway. Then the others are ongoing. Facilitate the redevelopment of downtown sites, facilitate the development of former Miller property, facilitate business expansion, which are outdoor seating areas, subdividing large spaces, streetscape improvements in front of businesses, marketing assistance. So we have conversations ongoing with business owners and property owners downtown for those activities. And so where we go from here next month, we'll talk about that as part of my review. I want to talk about what's next, what you see for me for the next year. So be part of that process, the review process.
It might be beneficial that print that out. Do you have any discussion?
Yes, I think that's a great idea to point out so that we can have it and maybe when you want to share. This is the product.
I asked for this by July 28th, by the end of the month. Oh no, the 28th, yeah. And the mayor will present the results next month.
We have any discussion. Any comment?
Well, my own comment is that they're all agreed that as the commission should set the timetable on the policy. And then I'm assuming that all of the forms that are filled out in public record, correct? So that we can all see whether they're turned in and what they'll be done with the policy. Yeah. So, but I'm assuming we all agree the form and that we agree to do it. And have it done at both. That's all I have to say about that.
It's lengthy.
It is lengthy.
And I provide an opportunity there to say unknown. I work for executive director, for board of directors, and I have to say, I don't see you very often. I don't know, how you function.
An unknown would not be considered an account.
Correct, yeah.
Need a motion on, like a motion on this for us to.
No, it's just
Okay,
distribute, let you know it's coming up next month. It's time for the, so you can do it ahead of time, and then we can have discussion.
Okay,
yes.
I mean, technically, really, it is.
Would you like a motion?
I'm saying, I think it's appropriate to have a motion, really ask the question, when we wish, do we want to answer that? I mean, I would say that, fine. But it's really for us to say when we want to do
Want to make
it.
a motion?
Yes, I move that we accept the, evaluation form provided by the manager. And that we complete the form as recommended, and that we schedule discussion if time allows for, the next regular.
Okay, we have a motion, we have
I
a second,
second.
we have a motion, second, do we have any other discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So moved.
CRA.
Yeah.
Now we have a CRA. Oh, I'm sorry.
You didn't need to adjourn.
I mean, I know, you're right. I'm trying to go back to work. Okay, I'm gonna adjourn, I'm gonna recess this meeting, and we're gonna open up the CRA.
The first item is consideration of redevelopment grant for 2 North Park Street. This is the third project in our redevelopment grant program. This building was formerly a bistro. The side has been opened as a bistro, and was the exterior was painted, refreshed. So this grant, this wasn't one of our target things. We were out to instigate this process, but we're glad it happened. So this is a recommended 50% match. But the cost to paint it was $6,700. Grant request is for $3,300.
Commissioner, do you have a motion? Right,
This is a new business.
Yes.
Yeah, the yeah.
Got so many in this second. Okay, I got you.
Okay, Commissioner, do we have a motion?
I make a motion that we accept.
Okay. We have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Do we have any discussion?
I have a question for the manager. You said it's not one of our target properties, but does this actually fit within the parameters of the grant?
It does, yes.
Okay, and I just have one comment about the grant program. I think to revise this, I am not comfortable the way this is played out, that, when it first comes to serve, that nobody pays back any money. I just think, I think we need to tighten up the guidelines, but we have to the programs. But I'm hoping to tighten it up. a bit.
Thank you. Provide the representation. That's all the time. Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Next item is consideration of grant for 122 Central Avenue. This is another project by the same owner. Then I believe it was formerly a residence, into an Airbnb. He painted it. It's really a restoration of that property, and this would be a way for us to assist with that. Again, 50% match. So the grant request would be $4,033.72.
So moved. We have a motion, do we have a second? Second. Do we have a motion? Yeah, we have a motion. Motion in a second. We have any more discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Gonna close CRA.
Oh, wait, no, that's. I cannot say strongly enough how much I think it is important that we have a CRA meeting where we discuss the goals and objectives, and set some priorities. We just kind of have a laundry list and we just approve things as they come up. And I think it's important that we actually talk about the CRA and where it is going to evaluation. So I'm looking at we schedule that and
I agree.
so I just try to squeeze that in while we're. Thank you.
Done that. CRA. Okay. And now we're on our CRA.
Well, you have my report in your packet. If you have any questions, I can take those.
I think you want to share, we've got residents here about
Oh, we did seal up the roof of the Sonic Lodge. Did it ourselves. Also not able to get a bid to do the work commercially. So we had a lift. It was in town for the ball field lights. So we used that, bought some sheet metal, and we closed it up. So the rain, stop the rain.
That's
You know, I'm very interested in develop title. We should reach out to them and say, hey. They're on schedule for end of the year. But have they started?
It sounds like they're finalizing plans for the remodel.
Have we even seen those plans?
No, depending on the level of remodel. Yeah.
It's a private building, depends on what they.
No, I was just curious. For that, it's not that difficult, but it's going.
So, I have a question about that. I've always been confused about that. Why do we not want to? The real problem with them. I mean, this is what we're talking about.
My concern is I want to do something with that building. That building's gonna get deteriorated. I mean, look at the building.
Okay, so we're talking about the building.
Yeah, we're talking not that. Isn't that what you're talking about?
That's what I'm talking
I mean, I want them to do something with that building. It's right there. And it used to be, Jay Asbury kept that building up and they're not.
So it's one of our historic structures. And it's a kind of thing of why we need a preservation plan and why we need some kind of minimum maintenance standards. I get it. Okay. Just wasn't sure what.
And going through his list of, is there anything else that anybody has questions about? Charles, is there anything else you think that?
I will mention, they did announce the winners of the Kubota grant. We were not one of 5 winners. But many of those projects were really children's parks and, very heartfelt, some tough competition, let's put it that way. And we're still waiting on the T-Mobile.
That's my understanding that the barricade.
They were, and
You see them around, like,
someone also
let us know.
pushed the barricades out of the way, through, back. I think it'll be an ongoing challenge.
Hercules is down there, huh?
I think they just pushed it with their car.
I do.
We'll see.
somebody don't.
Yeah, that's all. They're trying to make a point.
Thank you. Is there anything else on here that you see that anybody has about? I know our ball field lights are installed, and I think we should have. I would like to recommend that we play maybe a park cleanup and then have an official lighting before they're lit. So that's a big deal.
Have you tried them yet?
No, I've just seen, the night they
It did.
were focusing on the sent pictures of
They're
it.
beautiful. Have you haven't seen the pictures? No. I mean, it is for anybody that, for what everybody has gone through out there. It really was, it's really nice. And even Mayor Hill was bragging on the lights. He was out there, he saw them and he was bragging on them and saying, our lights are much better than their lights. So he was actually helping. He was, yeah, Doug is, an old friend of his, and I guess he's helping Doug with, he was probably just giving suggestions. Yes.
There was Bruce, you and Mayor Hill. Mayor Hill on the file. Okay. Gave us an affordable price, right? But I think it's always right. There should be something after the garden. Games, you could have games in the park. You could have
What I thought,
Yeah.
they could have a barbecue and.
We could have kickball out there.
I thought about a kickball tournament. We could do like a little kickball game and figure out the two teams and.
But I'll be spectator.
Could be a spectator. Be a referee. So I think, I will start working on that. I think that's, if that's okay with everybody. Yes. And so we can get some barbecue out there. I think that really celebrate, that achievement. And we've got some little ones. I know dads are looking to start some T-ball. And so I'm hoping that we get T-ball started. At least that starts them with the fundamentals, and then they can build up from there. Never know.
Although T-ball is usually in the morning.
In the daytime.
Well, not that day, I know.
No, I'm
But-
saying T-ball is usually very early. Because
It's right, but
more things will happen.
but more things will happen.
Mayor, another item, we touched on this earlier when Colonel Wells was up, talking about the speed limit on 308. Tribute has been asking about that. County staff has responded. And want to know if they move forward with the study. That would require a study. And I said, we have to see what the role of the commission is. If we want to move forward with that. So.
Well, I just wanted to be there as one to ask a question.
Yeah.
I think I would like to know the rules first, because, Colonel Wells mentioned that the study is unfavorable. I would like to know more about the rules and what happens as a result of the study, personally. Because I don't want to put us in a worse position than we were when we started. Could we get
The process, as I understand it, is that a study is done to see if the design of the road, design speed, what is the design speed?
I'm just saying, I want to know what the process is, and I want to see it and know what it is kind of from start to finish, and how first you know and what our flexibility.
Well, I'd like to know from the consensus from the commission, are we interested in pursuing reducing the speed limit on 308?
Especially when where we get down for 17. Okay, when you got that jumble, that separate place going into a supermarket. That right there is where it gets congested.
Circle K coming in and out, and you've got the old highway which goes into, your Dollar General.
From my
And
brother,
people coming and going, it is a mess right there, that block.
from my brother, Cole was in it.
Yes, anywhere in there, if that's the consensus. then
From Oakwood up, that last block, it's a
It's a
mess.
mess, it's a mess. And it gets worse on the school buses.
Yeah, oh my gosh.
If I could say one thing, the whole really to me, the area that we've done is from Milton Bernie around the curve and up to the flashing light, because it's the fast traffic that comes off of 308 on Grand London, and that also needs to be addressed. So I want to do something about it. I hope everybody else does,
But I'm just a little concerned. I don't want to jump in and say, let's study it, we put ourselves in a worse position.
Let me ask you a question. 308 is a county road, right? Do we have any way to make that change or do the speed limit because it's county?
Well, we can ask for a study, and we can ask them to change the speed limit, which will initiate a process that Commissioner DeVito wants to hear about, so I'll send you out that information. I just wanted, it sounds like it's the consensus of the commission that you want to go down that road and see.
It seems like, that speed limit's 35 there. And did you talk to, the commissioners, come down, we were talking, we were actually talking about Grand Rondo.
Oh, it was the county manager, the public works director, and
And what kind of answer? That we already have a solution to the sheriff's, speed limit. That was their solution.
well,
It was very irritating.
Public Works Department has communicated to me there. We can make that request if that's the will of the city commission. So that's my question. Sounds like that's the consensus. Want to investigate that further? They could not go below 30. They were firm about that, but it's a possibility they could lower it.
Particularly during my house, 30, all people out on.
And, one more place. Now, you know, I'm talking about, okay, if you're on 308 and training on Grand Line. Now, we really need to come back that. So they really pulled off with it on 308. I tell you.
Oh, no, really, it's kind of fun to turn and just speak.
Of course it is.
I don't know what it is,
Okay.
but
And we met about making that a hard right.
Yeah.
And they were going to get back to us with that here.
If you make it a hard right, they have to slow down. You can't just kind of glide in. You have to actually slow down and take a turn, you know.
But we have to
Big
pay for that.
problem.
Yeah, we have to
Right,
pay.
that's an issue.
But anyway.
it really is.
Done with, Carl's report, and Bonnie, you good? It's done, okay, I'm gonna start with, Mr. Burton.
So I
Commissioner Banks.
I'll do for the night.
I'm done.
Okay, Commissioner DeVito?
Sure. I think this is the time of year with our budget, and as well, in addition to any state funds we might pursue, but this is the time when I think about talking to the county about how they will pursue their budget. And there's 3 issues that I think are important. One is animal control, as my understanding, building the facility, and we're awash of animals down here. What I hear, animal control staff is overwhelmed to public too much meat. And the other thing is the homeless issue. The county does not spend any money on that, and we are also awash in homeless people in our public places. There's really nowhere for them to go in their help. So I think that it is good for us tonight, engage with the county and let them know what are down here. And that's just my short list. Another concern I have is, and this relates to the budget. I really think we need to look at a long range plan. And make sure we know where our fire department funds and stuff. Because when we talked about the fire fee, that could be a replacement or opting out of the county fire tax. When the fire chief says about the funding is very scary. Fire department, that is very special. So I would like to see us, after we get through the budget, sit down and make a long range for that fire department funding, so that we start in good shape and really move forward with the possibility of fire. So that would help us.
I actually We would like to hold a preliminary discussion. that The city would set aside $50,000 to fire the fire tax through solar.
That was one of the data that it would be very expensive.
Process. Because the attorney that comes through the process has runs people.
Oh my God.
Well, but just keep in mind that the consideration of a long range plan for the fire department funding is not limited to the fire sector. I still think we need to look at that. That's all.
Good point. Okay, with that, anything else? Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
So, okay, I may. Thank y'all so much. Thank y'all so much for your patience.
All right, I'm gonna talk about it. Yeah, I'm saying I wasn't in front of you.